Welcome to a once again sunny Beckenham, ahead of day 4 between Kent and Durham, with the visitors about to resume on 173 for 5. The scoreboard's working, the sun is shining. That one pesky patch of the pitch, which was too wet for play yesterday, is seemingly okay, and we're about to get underway with Matt Milnes bowling to David Beckenham. And here he comes. No, he's got halfway through his run up. It was a false start. Here, we'll try again in a moment. Ben Stokes, the England Test skipper, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. And a few spectators just making their way to their seats in the stand. Across the other side of the pitch to our commentary marquee as Milnes is in and bowling, and Beckenham in behind this one and playing defensively into the covers, where Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, does the fielding. Couple of slips, Crawley and Mayeye, along with Gully, which is Dudgeon, backward point Dawkins. There's fielders out at deep square, long leg, deep cover. Drummond at a sort of hybrid wide, mid-off, extra cover type position. As it's played up towards Ekansh Singh, who's fielding at mid-on. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. Martin Everson from BBC Radio Newcastle here as well for the final day of action. We're hoping that we're going to dodge the showers again, as we managed to do really on day 1. There's some forecast for a potential precipitation this afternoon, but at the minute, a fair bit of blue sky overhead, along with the puffy white clouds as Milnes is turned away through mid-wicket here by Beckenham for a single. Ekansh Singh moves around to do the fielding. At the end of the first over of action on the final day. So prior to that single, Durham were 350 behind. Beckenham moving on to 73. Stokes on 8. Will not take strike just yet. I see James Taylor from the far end, from the city end of the ground. Loney from Surrey in his final game of the sort of allocated 2-game loan stint. Because of course, come the end of the week, it is Monday, so we are into a new week. It's blast off time and T20 time in those newly allocated groups. A sort of east, west and a northern group. Rather than the north and south divide we've had over the last few years, as James Taylor is in and bowling. Back goes Beckenham, and he's just pushed this one into the vacant point region and will jog through for a single. So that will bring Stokes on to strike, who's been battling a little bit of illness in this game. Wasn't feeling his best, but still ran in hard with the ball. And had a bit of a net earlier on yesterday. Obviously we didn't get any play. Chance for him to have a bit of time in the middle. Two slips in the gully for him. Backward point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. So those fielders that were pushed out for Beckenham have now moved in for Stokes, and James Taylor will bowl around the wicket, headband on. Stokes goes back and plays into the turf, away on the offside. Comes down to give the pitch a little bit of a prod. So the sort of area of concern yesterday was what we sort of perceived was kind of full length outside the left-handers off stump. Was chatting to the Kent head coach Adam Hollyoak last night, and he was saying it was probably a bit too full for a seamer to be sort of hitting that spot. It was more as a bowler's follow-through area that they were worried about, as Taylor comes around the wicket, so away from that wet patch from yesterday, and goes past the outside edge. Stokes back through to Benjamin. So good start for James Taylor at the beginning of day 4. So yeah, because of the left-hander, he's coming around the wicket. Good morning, Lucy. Yes, finally we have some action again after a completely bizarre day yesterday where we didn't have any rain as such while we were all here on the ground. It was bright sunshine but had no cricket because of overnight rain which had got onto the pitch and snuck through the covers, and as a result there was a very wet patch on the pitch that the umpires were concerned about, particularly in terms of bowlers following through and maybe slipping over and injuring themselves. Health and safety concerns meant that despite the fact that the rest of the ground was dry, the rest of the pitch was dry, we were unable to play. They left it all day. We were eventually called off action at 4 o'clock without a single ball bowled, even though it had dried off, not significantly enough seemingly. So hey, we're here on the 4th day trying to see if we can still compete for points. In fact, both of these two teams can still get bonus points in the game. A draw is looking extremely likely unless Kent can get a real clatter of Durham wickets this morning. Durham 348 runs behind, they're 5 down, 175 for 5 in their first innings. We're still only on first innings of this match. Kent made 523 all out in their first innings, so very much advantage Kent, but it's going to take a lot for them to win this game today. We're just pleased that we've got some play for now, and there's commentary via the BBC Sport app and website. So Stokes safely negotiating the rest of that over. There was a good piece of fielding, in fact, at backward point from Ekansh Singh to deny him a run. And 175 for 5. We will see Beckenham take strike to Matt Milnes. And hopefully in a moment we can say good morning to Martin Emerson. Good morning, Martin.
Yeah, good morning. Chelsea Flower Show starts tomorrow. Well, the VIPs are there today, and they're allowing gnomes for only the second time in the 130 years of the history of the show.
What a start.
Yeah. Edged. Gone. Taken at... who got the ball in the end there? Was it...
Miye, I think.
Miye. So that is the end of David Beckenham, and he has gone for 74. Third over of the morning.
For a big drive.
Clipped it straight to Miye, who got in front of Zach Crawley in the slips. And Milnes gets the wicket. Well, Durham could be following on. I had to look at my notepad to remind myself where we were with this game, because we hadn't seen any action since Saturday afternoon. But leading run maker in the division going into this match, but Beckenham departs for 74.
Third wicket in the innings for Matt Milnes then, having got a couple on day 2. Casey Aldridge will come out at number 8. He's a very competent player, probably a bowling all-rounder really. Former Somerset man.
He got 99 and was then out LBW at Lords a couple of weeks ago. Or caught behind, I can't remember now, but who got him out again? LBW was Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, of course, a few interesting days or games yesterday, with Essex winning by 7 wickets against Leicestershire after they collapsed to 60 all out in their second innings, despite having a first innings lead, the Foxes, in that one.
Durham have lost too many wickets too quickly here. They're 175 for 6. They trail by 348. That partnership was worth just 16. They need some runs from somewhere. In comes Milnes again. Aldridge first ball, plays it off towards point. Given there was no action yesterday, I would imagine that Kent would certainly put Durham back in again today. They've now got their second bowling point. If they can get through the remainder of the Durham team quickly, they could actually be looking to try and press on, see if they can bowl them out again in the day.
Yeah, Derbyshire pushing for victory at Lords against Middlesex, and Surrey 88 for 6 in their second innings at Headingley.
Milnes to Aldridge. Aldridge stands firm. The ball rolls out to Beldrummond in the covers. No run there.
Harry Brook got 2 wickets in an over yesterday. Got Ryan Patel out first of all, and then second ball got Jamie Smith clean bowled, clipped the top off stump. Off he went. 3 for Harry Brook.
There's a sprinkling of spectators here. It is no more than a sprinkling.
Yeah, it's a shame because we had plenty in yesterday who all failed to see any cricket.
Next ball is left alone.
And that was the main part of the sentiment, I think, from Adam Hollyoake when we spoke to him, that, you know, as much as he was disappointed and frustrated not to see his team get out there and push for a result in the game, said obviously they'd played very well for the first couple of days, and he sort of pointed out that they've played well for the last sort of 12 days of county championship cricket. But yeah, he very much sympathised with the spectators who were unable to see any action.
Milnes up to the stumps, balls. Aldridge forward to this one, plays it out into the covers to Beldrum, and no run there.
Basically said that some of the water had run off the sheet to the side of the kind of domed cover, and that had managed to get onto the pitch. We were speaking to the Kent CEO Michael Wilshaw earlier, and he was saying that there was no sort of issue with the integrity of the covers. It had just the amount of heavy rain they had on the overnight, some of it had snuck around the cover basically.
Playing a miss here from Aldridge. And that is a wicket maiden from Matt Milnes. So Durham up against it here. Let's not forget the England skipper's out there. Can he drag his team to a decent position?
Yeah, that's what all the national newspaper journalists and cricket website editors are here to see today. A couple of them in the little gazebo away to our left, watching on.
It's even littler than it was on day one, because somebody's put the legs halfway down and nobody's put it back up again, so they're having to crouch down to get in there.
I think it's retained a bit more heat doing that.
Yeah,
they're a bit warmer than they were on day one. Round the wicket comes James Taylor. Stokes lets this one go on length outside the off stump, maybe passing over the top of the stumps. As the sun is back out and the blue sky is on show here in the north of the county, or metropolitan, historic Kent if you like. We were having it passed a bit of time for 15-20 minutes as we were arguing with the Kent media manager whether we were in South London or Kent yesterday. As Taylor bowls around the wicket. Stokes plays defensively into the ground and then it drops away on the offside.
Well, it is South East London, isn't it? But
technically these days, yes.
Because Elton was originally Kent, so was Bexley.
Yeah.
All around there.
Up until I think the 1950s.
68 I'm going to go for. I think I looked it up the other day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
There we go. Here comes Taylor. Once more, wide on the crease. Stokes turns this away out towards mid-wicket. North-east is there doing the fielding.
1974 I think it was, where we had boundary changes in the north-east, and because I went to school in South Tyneside, but we still had a lot of school books with Durham Education Department printed on them. So back in the day it was County Durham all the way up to the southern shore of the River Tyne and all the way down to the northern shore of the Tees.
James Taylor bowls and let go outside the off stump by Stokes.
That's a huge plane going past, isn't it? Is it one of those double-decker types?
Looks like a BA plane, judging from the tail. Again, Kent's media manager was trying to take a couple of photos of them yesterday with Kyle, the photographer's massive lens. Fortunately, it wasn't in focus, apparently. This is why the photographers get paid the big bucks. It's a niche skill. As Taylor bowls, a little bit of an outside edge, low out towards the gully, which has snuck through the fingers of Dudgeon. Stokes gets a run.
He's got a finger on it. He's now looking to see if his finger end's still there. That is an Airbus A388. So is that the double-decker ones? Yeah, it is. Huge things coming from Johannesburg. Massive thing.
You're very swift on the flight radar up there.
We've only seen 2 planes so far today. The other one was a Virgin plane coming in from Tampa in Florida, so they're all their holidays are all finished.
Where's it heading to? Heathrow? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, seem to do a loop around this way and then head on from there. As Taylor bowls, and it's edged wide of gully by Casey Aldridge.
2 vacant third man.
Away for 4 runs, so he's off the mark. Takes the score on to 180 for 6. Dawkins, for a split second, was interested, but didn't take off. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get there. So Aldridge 4, Stokes 9, 180 for 6. And Kent managing to put a little bit of pressure on Durham early on day 4 here, especially with the departure of Beckenham, who looked as at ease as any batter has on this wicket, and that includes Dawkins and North East, to be honest, who obviously got the big scores for Kent. Took him 35 balls for his half century, didn't it, on day 2, David Beckenham. And eventually, with no play on day 3, dismissed for 74 from 76 deliveries, a third victim of Matt Milnes, who was on speaking terms again with Ollie Robinson, his former teammate, after getting him out on day 2.
They went off just after 5 on Saturday, so it's we lost a bit of play. 15 overs on Saturday as well, as Milnes comes in here to bowl to Stokes. Stokes forward to this, it goes off to point. So 111 overs gone in the game. And while it's a little bit of a sticky situation that Durham find themselves in here, they were behind at the halfway stage against Worcestershire last week and fought back with a ball to win that one. Just turned the game on its head on day 3. Pulled off a cracking run chase after a declaration by Lancashire in the previous... well, that was a home game, wasn't it? And then they had a draw at Lord's on a really sedate pitch. But being behind at the halfway stage in those games and got out of them all. Milnes in, and that's gone through to the keeper. Seems to be a little bit more bounce in the track today. The sun is shining, but the radar suggests that from around about 1 o'clock, just a big splodge of blueness will be above us. It'll look grey from our angle, but and then it's suggesting an 80% chance of rain through to mid to late afternoon. In fact, it's got up to 90% chance now, as Stokes gets behind this one on off stump. So 70% chance at 1, 90 by 2, 70% by 3. So if that does land on us, then you'd think that would be the end of this as a saga. But as we were discussing with the chief exec earlier, there's been a lot of weather forecast for us this week that's never came.
Yeah, that's managed to.
And I mean, actually, yesterday originally was meant to be horrendous.
Yeah, originally
rain yesterday.
Originally we weren't meant to play due to the weather, and then obviously the irony was it was dry all day and sunny. Not quite as sunny as where Matt Milnes' dad is watching and listening to us from.
That's coming our way. Nice little movement of the feet there from Stokes, meeting the ball on the bounce, and he's played it all the way down towards us. That's stopped by Taylor, just a few feet inside the rope.
Stopped it with his foot as well.
Yeah, Durham run 3. So the rain here on this radar, look, As I say, a splodge of
Oh,
blue.
yeah.
That splodginess abounds this afternoon, isn't it?
I think we might do well to dodge
2
it
pints
again.
of lager and a packet of crisps type malarkey.
Judging from that. But yeah, this is not a bad place to be tuning in from.
Where's that?
Somewhere nice and hot and sunny. I think
It's hardly the Roca Riviera, though, is it?
somewhere in Menorca, Spain. Menorca market is Mark
Nice
Mills
little
is
island.
watching.
Been to the cricket ground there. Have you seen the cricket ground?
Cricket ground in Menorca?
Yeah, it's lovely. Here's Milnes in, balls. And that's fended into the ground and off towards Gully by Aldridge. No, right? Yeah, we were there 3 or 4 years ago maybe, and we were just driving along this little lane in the middle of the island, and dry stone walls on either side, and there was a sign for the cricket ground, so I popped in to have a look, and it was a really nice setup. Obviously lots of expats from Britain playing there, and the weekend in question they were having a dads v lads match that weekend.
Yeah, stunning.
Aldridge on strike on 2, Milnes comes in and he lets that one go through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah.
You been to Menorca?
Yeah, probably about 20 years ago. Not quite. Maybe. I think I went there after my GCSEs with some of my schoolmates. So, ages ago.
The main city where the port, all the harbour comes right into the city centre, and all the lovely boats are manoeuvred. Is it Citadella or something? The big castle, that was quite nice. What I did on that occasion was
I'm imagining it's a bit warmer than it is here in,
yeah, it will be.
in Beckenham. Where Nick from the media team still got his beanie hat on. This one's played away through the gully.
Dropped.
It was a brilliant attempt, in fairness. As soon as it flashed off the blade of Stokes' bat, I turned to look the other side of the marquee.
I'm amazed he got anywhere near it, but he did, and he looks
watch the ball go away for 4. And as you say, in the end, Dudgeon has dived to his left, got hand on it, and almost pulled off a spectacular catch. Saved 4 runs. Feels more like a save of runs than a drop to me, but guess it does go down as a chance with Stokes on 12. Taps his bat and waits again for James Taylor. Does the England Test skipper. A bit wide on the crease here, and he slammed that out towards deep point, where Singh is doing the fielding. And the field swaps over for the right-handed Aldridge. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Durham could have been 1-8-3 for 7 there.
Or Weird Cricket at bbc.co.uk if
Yeah.
you want to get in touch via email. As oh, it's a big shout for LBW. Did he get bat on it first? Umpire seems to think so, or is banking on it being a little bit too high. Every Kent fielder, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in the cordon, have got hands on head.
I think they're appealing for caught behind there, you know. I think it's gone between bat and pad, and it's scraped the thigh pad on the way through.
I think they're appealing for LBW, and the umpire's giving it not out for being too high, but
It was, well, he is tall, and it was thigh pad height, so
we have, and speaking to Ekansh Singh after day 2, and he was saying that sometimes there is a little bit of almost tennis ball bounce from this wicket, which has kept the bowlers interested. Aldridge defends this next one up towards mid-on, because of course Dawkins and North East in their 303 run stand made it look like a motorway out there and look very easy. But then of course Durham, with the second new ball, struck a few times on the opening evening and then early on the second morning, and looked like we were playing on a completely different pitch to the one that Guys have been batting on for the record stand. There's Taylor bowls to Aldridge again, sort of angled out towards point with 3 slips and 2 gullies loitering. Northeast has now gone in as the second gully alongside Dawkins, with Dudgeon at 3rd slip next to Miyeye at 2nd and Crawley standing at 1st next to Benjamin. Point wide mid off, sort of wide mid on and a long leg the other fielders. It's Taylor again. There's a big shout for LBW. Again, that's way too high.
339 the deficit at the end of that over.
That was a lot higher than the previous one they'd appealed for, and it was almost as if they were appealing because they'd had the earlier chance in the over. Desperate for the umpire to
Looks
give
like
one.
it's outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't out, that second one. So Aldridge survives, and Durham are 184 for 6. So Kent still well on top in the game, but not seemingly with enough time left in it to try and push for victory, you would assume. But we do still have plenty of time left, with this being just the 48th over for bonus points.
I mean, I'm looking at that and seeing Durham 6 down after in the 44th and thinking they've lost a lot of wickets for not that many overs.
Run rate's been reasonable.
Yeah. In comes Milnes bowling to Stokes, who plays the ball off towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, so Kent have picked up that extra bowling bonus point this morning. So they got maximum batting points. Couple of bowling points now. I did speak to one spectator who was keen for Kent to be on the money when it comes to the over rate as well, having lost 3 points last week despite the win at Bristol due to a slow over rate.
Ball drilled back to Milnes by Stokes, 1 bounce. Was that a motorbike going past? Rather loud, wasn't it?
Sounded like it.
Birds chirping. There's a lot of activity in the hedge behind us. I think some blackbirds must have hatched some eggs. In comes Milnes. It's a short one. It's pulled by Stokes down towards a long leg for 1. Singh fielding down there in front of the grandstand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 35 people in that grandstand. I was talking to a group of Durham supporters last night who, realising they weren't likely to get on, got a taxi into town and went to a brewery which is run by a Sunderland supporter and watched the Sunderland match there.
Good result.
Yeah. Milnes comes in and bowls to Aldridge. It's played along the floor to mid-wicket, and they were planning to head home just after lunch today, back on the train at 2 o'clock. Milnes bowls. Ball played back downfield by Aldridge, meets it on the bounce and plays it into the floor, and it loops away down past the bowler to our position. Picked up by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
It was a nice looking shot, but it didn't come that quickly off the bat.
No, I think it had a little bit of spin in it, didn't it?
Hmm.
Just a bit of backspin.
So 6 for Aldridge, 14 for Stokes.
Bowler coming coming in again now. 187 for 6. Played onto the front foot by Aldridge. It seemed to stop on him slightly, that one. End of the over.
Yeah, he sort of got there quite early, didn't he? And ended up standing up a bit taller as he played the shot. Inside edge onto the pad. End of another over from Matt Milnes. Back in the team this week after being rested for the win at Bristol.
Jamie in Glasgow has emailed. He said, "Morning Marty and co. Real shame about the covers yesterday, especially with the non-appearance of the predicted rain. Listening from the Button Ben on Cumbray. Sun streaming in the window and the bay calm as glass. Cirrus clouds overhead indicating some warm weather on the way. Hope we get a full day's play and Durham can ban it out," says Jamie.
There's definitely some warm weather on the way. It's
Yeah.
going to be 25 degrees by next weekend.
It's a waste of 5 degrees of heat in my opinion.
Could we have the extra 5 now?
Yeah, 20's plenty.
James Taylor to continue around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes then. 2 slips and 2 gullies for Kent. Stokes is solidly in behind this one defensively. So they've got Crawley and Mier at first and second, and then there's a little gap to Dudgeon at more of a kind of 4th slip, but effectively gully position, and then northeast stood with him.
Paul Wilson's emailed greetings from a sun-kissed, warmish Costa del Hartlepool. Some rather dark skies to the north of us there, isn't that plane coming in?
Taylor Bowles left alone outside the off stump, although that's way towards the city centre, isn't it?
And up the
weather's coming from
sort of
the
Docklands,
west.
yeah. There's a plane flying across there which is catching the sun, so it looked really bright against the slate grey sky, but that weather up there is already beyond us. Paul says, "Apologies, I couldn't be with you earlier. The internet wasn't working, but I've got it all working now. Looks like the good old British weather has had a say in this, the way this game could end. Going for a draw," he says.
Taylor to Stokes, in behind this one, playing out towards mid-off. Yeah, I was recording a podcast last night, and just all of a sudden my internet went off, and realised that as the wife had gone to turn the TV off, she'd accidentally turned off the other plug, which
Do you mean
had scuppered the Wi-Fi.
The beloved rather than the wife?
As Taylor is at the top of his mark again. Bowling down the slope, may well be for 4. Ekansh Singh is moving around from deep point and will actually get there. And good running. Aldridge was in position to come back for the 3, but waited for Stokes to give him the nod, make the call.
Paul says it's not been a great start to the day's play in terms of Durham's batting. They need steady batting to ensure the draw. The weather forecast's not great either. You're too far south. Should be with you for the duration as I'm working from home today. Many thanks for the commentary. As always, safe journey back up north, and his list of events on this day from the world of cycling and cricket. On this day, 1905, Headley Verity, English bowler, born, played for Yorkshire. Took all 10 wickets in a match once.
Big slip cordon for Aldridge, angles it down into that area.
There is a pub with his name on the outside in Leeds in the hedgerow, and they've got a giant scoreboard in the corner with his 10 for on it.
Oh, nice.
I think he died in the Second World War. Got injured by a grenade somewhere in Crete or something like that.
Here comes James Taylor again then. 3 slips and 2 gullies in play. Aldridge clips this nicely through mid-wicket. And at mid-on sets off after it. I think it might be Milnes. You can see the flash of orange on the boots. And in fact it's Parkinson. He's got a few extra jumpers on. We're a long way from the action. I'm using that as my excuse for misidentifying.
Graham Dilley, born on this day in 1959, English cricketer who played for Kent and England. 10 years, played for England, hadn't realised it'd been that long. And Worcestershire. Sean Yates, cyclist, very good time trialer. Wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France. Riding for Fago, I think he was. He was from down this neck of the woods. You've got Herne Hill not far from here, haven't you? Which is a big cycling track, outdoor velodrome.
I can't remember when it was that the Tour de France came through. Ken, it must have been.
It was 2007.
Good, well, even longer than.
Oh, this is a one-handed lob from Stokes down the field towards us, off the bowling of Milnes. Took his bottom hand off the bat as he played it. Yeah, because it was the summer of 2007 that had the Tour de France, and it came to Canterbury, didn't it? Because I remember driving into Canterbury at the end of that season, because Durham were playing, there was a chance they could win the title, and they still had the Skoda signs on the road where the sprint finish, where the line was. And my brother-in-law and his wife, they'd been to watch the opening time trial around London, I think. It's coming back to Britain next year. Comes Milnes, little punch shot up off his toes there from Stokes out through the covers. Should get 2. He does. Takes him on to 21. Durham 196 for 6 here on the BBC. Yeah, we took the kids to see the Tour de France when it was in Leeds in North Yorkshire in 2014. Massive crowds, incredible. Next year it starts in Edinburgh and comes down through the lakes and then down through the northwest and into Wales.
Yeah, stunning.
3 days, so the men and the women. Milnes bowls. Stokes leaves this one alone. So at the moment, Durham are behind by 329 runs with 4 wickets remaining. 194 for 6 in this 50th over. They'll get their first batting point if and when they get to 250. There's still lots and lots of time for batting points as well. 60 overs. Bowler comes in again and defended by Stokes.
Yeah, right underneath his eyes, that one. Well weighted. And comes down and has a little bit of a word with Casey Aldridge up the other end. Certainly not as many spectators in the ground today. A few sat on their own seats around the boundary's edge in front of the indoor school, and a few in the stand opposite us.
Milnes comes in again. This is played to mid-wicket to Drummond, no run there. On this day in 2014, Sir Bradley Wiggins won the Tour of California cycle race. On my timeline on Facebook today, they brought up a video from, I think, just before the Olympics in 2012 in London, where he went up to Humberside and took part in like Humber Road Club's time trial on the main dual carriageway through East Yorkshire. And the video is of a lad who is his minute man, so he went off a minute before Wiggins, and this guy worked in electrical sales or something, so it's just an amateur rider. In comes Milnes and bowls. That is the end of the over. 196 for 6, and we had 2 twos at the start of it, and then the rest was dot balls. Anyway, this lad set off a minute ahead of Wiggins. This is how time trials work. You go a minute apart, and on his bike video, Wiggins caught him within 4 minutes. He was going so quickly. Incredible speed.
Yeah, Keith Dudgeon coming on at the City end. Saw James Taylor go off the field actually a moment ago, so that brings his opening spell of the day to an end. And Dudgeon, the South African overseas.
On this day last year, Durham scored 664 to record their highest first-class cricket score. That was against Nottinghamshire. They won by an innings. So that was a year ago, and that was their last win last year in the championship.
Didn't stop Notts winning the championship either. Dudgeon bowls to Aldridge. He stands up on his toes and plays defensively. Out towards the northeast, who's moved around to extra cover.
Cranes spinning round in the building site just across the road. Looks like they're building an apartment complex in there. Probably got a great view up there.
In and bowls. He tries to punch this off the back foot, Aldridge. Out towards cover. Didn't quite.
Hadn't realised yesterday until we were up in the car park at the close of the day's play, and I looked back across the ground, and to the right of the huge indoor training barn that Crystal Palace have built, you can actually see the Shard in the distance. Quite prominent.
Yeah, we spotted that yesterday, didn't we? Couple of slips in the gully then for Dudgeon. Oh, again Aldridge is almost chopped on, as he did to Milnes a couple of overs ago. $20-12. I'm slightly baffled that we didn't get any cue about 5 minutes ago for an update, but hey ho. Dudgeon bowls. Defended away. Hit more convincingly by Aldridge, back up the pitch.
Have you reminded them there's a game on?
They came to me at 11 o'clock.
All right.
Here he comes again, the South African. Back up on his toes, Aldridge, and pushing this one out towards deep cover area. Matt Milnes has just dropped a little bit deeper to do the fielding. A couple of runs taken.
It's a sunny morning at the moment, isn't it? But
yeah. Another edge from Aldridge to this next one, but low out towards the gully. So soft hands he's played that with.
I think the ball's staying low on occasion from that end.
I think it is. I thought the one that got Dawkins out early on day 2 kept low from rain, to be honest. But then we've seen others really get a bit of lift.
That was such a long time ago, I can't really remember it now. Was that actually this game? It does throw you when you don't have any play on a day, doesn't it? And trying to remember what the most relevant bits of action were 2 days ago. Milnes is going to continue here from the Beckenham end of the ground. So this is his 17th over. He's taken 3 for 52, 3 maidens. And on strike is the England captain Ben Stokes, who's on 21 from 47 balls, 1 boundary so far. Milnes comes round the wicket to the left-hander, who leaves that one. It just swings away from him at the last moment there. Just shaped away as it was going past the off stump. Milne's back to his marker. Turns. Comes in once again and bowls. And Stokes goes down the track to him, doesn't time that well. He's ended up steering it along the floor to Bell Drummond at mid-on. Took 2 or 3 steps there, Stokes, before he played that one. It didn't really come onto the bat, truly. Want to do a bit of gardening and just tapping the toe of the bat down on the track. Milnes round the wicket bowls, and that's punched off the back foot by Stokes for 1. Just sends it wide-ish of mid-off. Takes him on to 22. Durham 199 for 6 here against Kent. So they're trailing by 324. Still a lot of work for them to do with the bat yet. Aldridge also now doing some gardening, because Milnes is going to come right arm over to the right-hander. Still got 3 slips and a gully in place. Taking short mid-wicket out there, and he's going to go in further in that slip cordon. So you've got now 1, 2, got 5 of them in there, all spread out. As Milnes comes in and bowls, and Aldridge plays that out through the covers, going quickly down the hill. It's being chased to the boundary, but it's going to win. It's 4. That brings the 200 up for Durham. 203 for 6 after 51.4 overs. Milnes again to Aldridge. Aldridge forward to that one, plays it out into the covers. No run.
Sussex following on at Taunton against Somerset. 26 for 1, 247 still behind.
Milnes to Aldridge, who steers it wide of Bell Drummond at mid-on and gets a single. Moves him on to 15, 204 for 6. So Durham need to get to 374 to avoid the follow-on.
Delay in Southampton, where Hampshire 97 for 5 in their second innings and only leading by 82 runs.
It's always raining in Southampton.
Mentioned Essex beating Leicestershire at Chelmsford yesterday. Glamorgan leading by 336, 6 down, second innings at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Surrey 104 for 8. That represents a mini recovery, doesn't it? Abbott 12 not out after a clatter of wickets yesterday. Dudgeon in and bowling. Forward and playing defensively to this one, Aldridge. So they still 178 behind there. Surrey at Headingley. Northants 154 for 6, trailing by 94 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. And Worcestershire batting again. Lead by 3 against Lancashire. That looks like it's getting into a draw at Southport. And then Middlesex 121 ahead against Derbyshire at Lords. This one's cut off the back foot out towards backward point, so they're all out there. The home side. Harry Duke ended up stranded, the lone E, the keeper, on 43. So Derbyshire requiring 122 to win. Get a victory at Lords. That's Dudgeon bowls up on his toes again. Aldridge to play off the back foot into the cover area. So a few games still live and alive. A couple of slips in the gully for Dudgeon. Aldridge is now ready for him. Sun's still shining here at Beckenham as the South African bowls, and Aldridge plays no stroke to that delivery as it goes through to Chris Benjamin. 204 for 6 in the 53rd. They've even managed to change the size of the font on the electronic scoreboard, even though some of it's not working. You can actually read the batters' scores and the overall total on it today. As Dudgeon bowls and it's defended back up the pitch. They were meant to have a different scoreboard. We were chatting to the CEO earlier on today, and he was saying it's
stuck at the Strait of Hormuz.
It's meant to have arrived in April or something, and would have been a lot bigger. I think it might have even got parked next to the sight screen here, so I don't think it would have been. It wouldn't have helped us. We wouldn't have been able to see it, but everybody else would have been in the ground. There's Dudgeon bowls again. Once more, Aldridge plays no stroke. So end of the over. Be interesting to see how much Kent supporters see of Keith Dudgeon over the next few weeks. Originally with Tom Rogers, the Australian, arriving, and then Seni Muthusamy was meant to be coming for the Blast. He's got a knee injury, so won't come till August now. Deanne Forrester's been drafted in as a replacement, but will miss the first couple of games of the Blast, so Dudgeon is available for selection for the first couple of Blast games, and they don't have any other overseas players that could block him from playing in it, so I wonder what Kent's plans will be in terms of selection for the T20. Feels like they've got some options. Some of the younger lads coming through. Loan signing of Jake Lintop. Did see Fred Clarkson on the ground having a bowl earlier on. We even spotted the T20 captain Sam Billings loitering around the dressing room.
It starts this week, doesn't it? Is this singing now?
It is.
Change of bowler. Where's that gone? Down the mid wicket.
There's a bit of a low full toss to start from Singh.
Played away by Stokes.
I did see that a little bit on day 2 when he got a couple of wickets, but then was a little bit expensive afterwards. Runs in with so much vigour and enthusiasm, the 19-year-old. Sometimes does miss his length.
Have you found out what he's studying at Durham yet?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't even ask him. I spoke to him on Tuesday as well.
Comes in, then right arm over. Bowls. That's a short one, left alone by Aldridge. This is 9th first class match at County Singh. So far in this innings he's where is he on the scorecard? 4 overs, 2 for 32. So we got Lee's LBW for 31, and then you got Will Rhodes 19 caught in the slips. Comes in again and bowls. That's a nice drive off the back foot there by Aldridge down the hill for 4. They've got a sort of double gazebo down that bottom end of the ground with a wooden floor underneath it, so it forms a sort of hard surface if you wanted to sit out of bad weather. And there were 1 or 2 people sitting under it the other day. It was quite busy for a period there, but there's no one there now, and all the seats that were being used are all piled up, ready to go in a van. So most of the people who are here are nestled in the grandstand in the northwest corner of the ground in the green seats. Look like they could have come from Wimbledon. Durham 209 for 6. Aldridge defends this ball. He's on what's that scoreboard showing us there? Oh, that's the over, isn't it? I was thinking who's on 53, but right. So Stokes is on 23. Aldridge is on 19.
Yeah, that's it.
When it's 53 overs gone. 209 for 6. Just 6 minutes away from midday. Singh comes in, bowls. Aldridge drives at that one, but he's mistimed and it just bobbles out to Daniel Bell, Drummond in the covers.
Yeah, it looked a bit more assured in the last couple of overs. Casey Aldridge.
Deficit 314 at the moment.
Seems to be settling into his innings now. Thanks to Christine for your email earlier on. King Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Said the Greater London Council was formed in 1964.
64 was it? That's a Yorker length ball dug out by Aldridge. End of the over. Right, I forgot that was the formation of the GLC, which was then disbanded when? Is it still still a thing, the GLC? It's not called that anymore now, is it? City Hall used to be at, you know, where the Millennium Wheel is. That was where it was based in. When I was a kid, I remember it being based there.
Yeah, the GLC was in existence until 1986, apparently. I was asking my dad about Croydon Airport the other day. I said,
did he go on holiday from there?
Well, I said, are you aware of Croydon Airport? And then he thought I was having a dig at how old he was. I know, I meant just, are you aware?
He's not much older than me, your dad. I was talking to him yesterday.
So you aware that it existed? Because he's full of useless information, and yes, he was aware of it. And then he was showing me some pictures. There's a sort of landmark and a plane out from where it used to exist. And I think you can go in, have a look in sort of the main building. So dodging around the wicket here to Ben Stokes. Neatly in behind this one, playing defensively.
We ended up at the Ferrari factory in Italy last year. It was an hour-long detour off our route just so my daughter could have a photograph taken next to the sign. But that looked like it was an old aerodrome. And they do have the test track, the race track, which you can see from part of the road rises up over a bridge and you look across the site, but it just looked like it was full of old air hangers from the Second World War or whatever.
Dodging wide of the crease, turned away through mid-wicket though by Stokes. And they come back. 4-2. Moves him on to 25.
They have a museum around the corner from the factory, which is very, very popular. And we nipped there just to basically pop in to use the loo, really. And as we're driving on the road towards the museum, and down this little leafy avenue, this police officer jumped out from behind a van and pulled us over.
This one defended away by Stokes into the covers. James Taylor does the fielding.
They demanded my papers. I asked why they'd stopped me. They didn't say. Took my papers away, wrote something down, handed them back, and wished us good day. I thought, what was that all about? I wasn't speeding or anything. I was only going about 10 miles an hour. So I looked it up online, and apparently there are that many people who are wanted around Italy for non-payment of traffic fines and speeding offences.
They just stop random people.
Well, they go there.
Dodging bowls. Again, Stokes on the back foot. just punching it back up the pitch.
So if you're a petrol head and you're fond of breaking the law and running up fines and not actually paying them, there's a belief, and it must be true because it obviously works, and that's why they're there, that eventually you're going to end up at the Ferrari Museum. So
Stokes just twiddling his bat as he parks himself into his crease again. Oh, plays a huge swing at this one. Goes for an enormous drive.
What's all that about?
To a bit of width from Dudgeon. Plays and misses quite spectacularly as the ball travels through to Benjamin. Looked a little bit like a shot that Zach Crawley played in the second innings last week, where he got bowled and had a bit of a yahoo at it. Having to rein in those baseball instincts when you're not playing for England, seemingly. This is a more correct stroke from the England Test captain. Back up the pitch, end of the over, just as it starts to cloud over here at Beckenham.
It's just got a little bit dull, hasn't it? Anyway, let's start a discussion. Where have you been pulled over while you've been on holiday? Crazy driving in Italy, and it was so confusing. Even with the sat nav on, you were suddenly just in the middle of an average speed zone, and it would say it's 12 miles long, and you're thinking, well, where did it begin? And then you're sticking to the limit, obviously, and you're looking at the overhead signs. There's cameras everywhere, and then cars are going past you like the clappers, and I'm thinking, what are they doing?
Yeah.
How are they? Why are they doing that?
I remember the traffic in Rome being a bit frenetic.
Yeah. Well, try anywhere really. Some people believe, and probably wrongly, that if they're going fast enough, the cameras can't catch them, which sounds ridiculous. There's sing balls here to Aldridge, plays that out into the offside.
I mean,
but it was where there would just suddenly be, you'd be going along a road doing, say, 50 kilometres an hour, and it's dead straight.
Yeah.
And we came across this near Lake Garda, and then suddenly, in the middle of nowhere, nothing around you, the speed limit drops from 50 kilometres an hour to 30 for no reason, and there's a camera there, and you have to slam your brakes on.
Cheeky.
Yeah, and then 100 yards down the road, the speed limit goes back up to 50 again, and you're thinking, well, what was that all about? Playing a miss there from Aldridge. That stayed quite low, and he didn't really move his feet across to the pitch of the ball from Singh. And you do need eyes in the back of your head, especially on the motorway. Mad driving.
I don't think I've actually driven in Italy, thankfully.
Driven there a few times. We went to Siena and parked in the football stadium at Siena, which is a small ground. I think they went bankrupt, I think, and they had to start again, so they're now in Series C South or whatever. But it's handy to park in there, just because you can then walk around to the city centre where the big square is, where they have the horse racing festival, which was on while we were there. And the pomp and the pageantry was just amazing. The colours and all the rival clans in their official uniforms and flags and everything else. That's short and wide from Singh, and helped on its way towards the long off boundary by Aldridge for 4. Just too loose a delivery, that one. So Aldridge moves on to 23. Durham 215, or have they already done it? No, there we are. 215 for 6. Yeah, they have these big parades with trumpeters and drummers, and they're all in medieval costumes and waving these flags, and each clan is sort of adopts a particular church in the town where they go for a blessing, and then they have this huge meal in the street with about 300 or 400 people on these tables, and then the horse racing on the evening. Sing balls played away by Aldridge to the offside.
Update clock, just past midday. Milnes shining the ball for Hekaj Singh. He's back at the top of his mark and in and bowling. Smacked away out towards cover. Good stop by Bell Drummond. Yeah, afternoon Lucy, 215 for 6 Durham here. We've had an hour's play on day 4 after we had no play on day 3 despite the sun shining here. Some overnight rain had got onto the covers, but all okay so far today. Durham trailing Kent by 308 runs. We saw an early wicket for Matt Milnes, who got rid of David Beckenham for 74, but since then Kent have bowled reasonably well, but Ben Stokes, the England Test captain, and Casey Aldridge have managed to negotiate it. Aldridge just moving to 25 there with a little push through point. Ben Stokes also on 25. So at the moment Durham are taking their score on to 217 for 6. Kent have got their second bowling bonus point in the game, having picked up 5 batting bonus points, having put 523 all out on the board. Very much looks as if this game is going to head towards a draw today. Kent would have to take 14 wickets, which would take some doing if they were to win the game. So likely going to be a decent draw for Kent as we close off this block of county championship matches before moving to the T20 Blast and T20 cricket on Friday. Hoping to dodge the weather and some of the rain around later on this afternoon to keep on going, and commentary at the moment does do so via the BBC Sport app and website. So as Dudgeon gets to the top of his mark to bowl here to Stokes, short ball which is pulled away down towards long leg. Matt Milnes is out there though. So we've just been brought to the attention of an update from Kent Cricket about Thursday's play. So I'm going to read out the statement that's available for you to see on their website. So it says, after the umpires deemed the playing surface unplayable on day 3 of Kent against Durham in the county championship, Kent Cricket has reviewed its refund and wet weather policy, as this one's clipped away by Aldridge out towards deep mid-wicket. A long chase on for James Taylor. The ball has slowed up and he will get there. They're going to come back for 3 runs. The club has decided to compensate all ticket purchasers beyond the scope of this pre-existing policy, which was shared with day 3 ticket holders last night. Following this internal review, all ticket holders will be eligible for a Kent Cricket ticketing voucher of the equivalent value of the tickets purchased for Sunday's game, which can be redeemed against match tickets for any Kent fixture for the remainder of this season or even during next season, as Dudgeon bowls to Stokes and he cuts this one away out towards deep point. This change means that compensation is no longer reserved to day 4 today or the England Lions v South Africa A fixture at Beckenham. The club sincerely apologises for any inconvenience caused on day 3 of Kent against Durham. Hopes that this change to the refund and wet weather policy is better suited to allow as many supporters and ticket holders as possible to be fairly compensated. Kent Cricket will be conducting a full review for future fixtures in light of events at Beckenham, as this one's punched away off the back foot by Aldridge. Northeast setting off after it. Stokes keen to come back for the 3rd, and they do so. So some good running between the pair in this over so far. Score moves on to 225. 31. Casey Aldridge is now overtaken Ben Stokes. 31 for him, 27 for Stokes.
What if you're from Durham and you've got no plans to come back to Kent at any time in the near future?
That would be a valid question. Ticket holders today are invited to fill in the form below and will be contacted with the next steps regarding their ticketing credits. There's a form that you can fill in on the website. Short ball from Dudgeon. I think if you're in that camp as a Durham supporting ticket holder of yesterday, head to that Kent Cricket website and fill in the form and make them aware of your situation.
Yeah, I know. I spotted a number of people discussing that issue yesterday on the Durham forum. People who were here who were not happy about the idea of receiving a voucher because they're heading back to the northeast this afternoon.
This one clipped away into the onside by Stokes. Yeah, indeed, obviously it refers to a possibility of coming to a game next season, but these two teams may well not be in the same division next season if Durham continue to play as they have done at the start of the campaign. Top of the table at the moment in Division 2. I'm sure Kent would dearly love to join them in Division 1 next season. And well, I mean, just looking at the table, Durham have got a nice gap to Middlesex in second, but it's all pretty
3 points, wasn't it?
It's pretty congested from second down to sixth. This was as of 4 o'clock yesterday, this table. The second to sixth the 5 teams separated by just 8 points.
James Taylor replacing Singh at the Beckenham end.
Derbyshire not too far behind either in 7th, and only really Gloucestershire cut adrift at the bottom. Gloomy as Taylor comes in.
Oh, he's got into his running stride there and then pulled out just as he was about to go into his delivery stride. It's got cool very quickly, and we've got a lot of thick dark clouds sitting right over us now. The sun's disappeared. When Durham were at Gloucestershire a few weeks ago and they beat them by an innings, it was Gloucestershire's 3rd innings defeat in a row. So Taylor bowls down the leg side to Stokes. He lets that go to the this season, then lost to them again by an innings at the start of the next season. And it was the first time they'd lost 3 games in a row by an innings since the First World War, 1914, which I was reliably told by Adrian Thomas, who's a Gloucestershire supporter and keeps all of his stats up to date and everything, that 1914 was considered Gloucestershire's worst season.
Got a chance of beating Northamptonshire today, admittedly.
In comes Taylor. This is bowled towards off stump, played out through the middle, the mid-wicket area by Stokes for a 1.
They're currently looking for 4 more wickets and may not even have to bat again as things stand. Oh, in fact, they've already batted, so they made 154 all out, 221 all out, Northants 127 all out, and they're 179 for 6 and trailing by 69. So actually that's going to be a really good conclusion
finish that one
to that game.
Stokes on 29 here, 227 for 6. I reckon it could chuck it down any minute. It just suddenly feels like everything's changed in the last couple of minutes. Wind's starting to pick up as well. Time is at 10 past 12. It's not forecast till about 1, was it? Edge. Oh, where's that gone? Didn't quite carry to first slip to Crawley.
Didn't get through, did it?
No. .227 for 6.
So yeah, in terms of those tickets for this season or next season, if there was a one-day cup fixture or a crossover T20, they'd be eligible for that.
Next ball goes over towards the covers now.
But yeah, any queries, head to the Kent Cricket website and do fill in that form to get in touch with the club.
Yeah, the point that was being made by people who were here yesterday from Durham was that they're heading home today and they have no plans to come back to Kent in the near future. So
yeah, I can
for the home supporters,
I can understand
work,
that a straight refund would be much more simple for them.
Here comes Taylor again, up on his toes goes Aldridge, plays it safely back towards the bowler's end. It's picked up by Stokes actually. I remember a T20 game, it was the summer of 2007, where it was one of the wettest summers on record, and I think at the time it was Yorkshire and Leicestershire were refusing to pay refunds for tickets for T20 games. Okay. And I think eventually the ECB told the clubs they had to. And one of the things they did was they introduced the extra hour in games, which were, if they were weather affected. But
yeah.
Taylor, right arm over, running away from us, bowls, driven by Aldridge. It's gone through the legs of Bell Drummond in the covers. He'll get a single. And anyway, so the ECB, I think, after that summer, told the clubs to change their policy and refund people. But I remember being at Leicester, and it was a really dodgy night, and thunderstorms were forecast. And my colleague who was driving the desk back in the office in the studios was a helicopter pilot, so he'd looked on the internet for helicopter pilot weather information for Leicester Airport. There's a helidrome or something, and he basically said, you're not going to get a game in here. But the match did start. But then what happened was there were loads of people outside in the street who refused to come in. They were trying to watch the game through the gap in the fence, and they wouldn't come in and pay because they believed the game wouldn't finish and they wouldn't get a refund. And they were right.
Yeah.
You know, they got 6 overs and then the game was abandoned. Matt Parkinson's going to have a ball here. Bit of spin.
Slightly peculiar to see spin coming on in these overcast conditions, but this ball is 58 overs old.
Just wondering if the light might start to be an issue at some point.
Definitely a possibility. Certainly feels like that at the moment. Gloomy clouds overhead. Cricket at bbc.co.uk, we cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch.
Brian Jackson says, any update on the injury to Ben McKinney, which was picked up in this match? I haven't heard anything. He was out watching the warm-up this morning, but not taking part in it.
It's Parkinson bowls. Aldridge drives up towards mid-off.
Got a knock on his ankle in the nets the other morning.
Yeah, I think he was taken to hospital to have it checked and scanned, etc. As Parkinson, with a slip and a silly point in play, is defended back up the pitch by Aldridge.
I'm starting to think about my body warmer.
Yeah, I went pretty early on my extra layer, to be honest.
It's just getting chilly now, isn't it?
Just got my raincoat left to upgrade to. This one drops away on the offside.
Temperature's just dipped quite a few degrees in the last few minutes.
Mm-hmm. Here's Parkinson again, the leg spinner. Oh, goes past the outside edge there as Aldridge just tries to drop the bat on the ball defensively. Benjamin up to the stumps. Those blue and black gloves on. Again, Parkinson bowls, and it's off the inside edge this time from Aldridge and drops away onto the leg side. A few oohs and ahs from the Kent contingent. They want another helmet brought out. Bertie Foreman, the 12th man's actually on the pitch at the moment. He goes for a cut here, Aldridge, and plays and misses, and there's that little bit of extra bounce that we've sometimes seen. Obviously it's happened for the seamers, but Parkinson there extracting some as well. End of the over, 228 for 6. Stokes on strike with a couple of slips and a gully. James Taylor bowling around the wicket from the Beckenham end. Once again playing that beautifully underneath his eyes defensively. The England skipper. I think that is Foreman, the sub fielder in a extra cover. Taylor moves around the wicket a little bit wider on the crease here. Stokes turns it away into the leg side, all along the ground, out towards Daniel by Drummond, who does the fielding. Oh, no ball, thank you. Thought you were indicating that there was some rain falling. But no, it was either a front foot over a step or a back foot and went that wide on the crease. 229 for 6. Field swaps over for the right-handed Aldridge, who has 32, Stokes 30. Aldridge leans on his bat, and then with the inside half of it, plays defensively into the onside. I did notice yesterday actually that there's a few of the Durham coaching staff currently sat out on one of the benches in front of the pavilion, and when Graham Onions was throwing to some of the batters yesterday, at one point he was turning his arm over and having a proper bowl at said batter. As Taylor is in. Edge and drops short of Miyeye at second.
Seen that 2 or 3 times today, haven't we?
Certainly as this ball has got a bit softer in the last sort of 5-10 overs. It's happened a couple of times.
Katie says she thinks, she said, I'm surprised by how generous the Beckenham ticket refund offer is. She said, I've still not got my money back for the 3 days that were rained off in Scarborough in 2023. But I never really expected to squeeze money out of Yorkshire, she says. Dennis Bell says, refunds to Durham supporters. Some of them are going to take things further, he says. And he's questioning terms and conditions, but...
Driven down the ground, back up towards James Taylor. Bowler stops it in his follow through.
He says, for the low numbers of fans and the money involved, it would be better simply to refund people. Feels like a totally different day now, doesn't it, compared to just half an hour ago.
As Taylor's in and bowling. Ball skids through a little bit. Aldridge does the fielding. Managed to get a refund on my parking in Tunbridge Wells Town Centre the other day. I went in for literally an hour, forgot to scan out afterwards, and got charged 11 quid on my card. Sent them an email. They refunded me £8.70 of it. I was quite surprised, to be honest, how swiftly they got back to me and gave me my money back for what was my mistake.
Who was that?
Tunbridge Wells Borough Council parking or something or other. This one's driven away by Aldridge out towards deep cover. Ekant Singh goes for the slide, or the dive rather, and hauls it in and saves a run.
Some of these companies are, some of the private firms, they're very difficult to get hold of. And
I think it is run by an external company.
And if you're using some of the parking apps, and you know, on our parking app we've got 2 or 3 different vehicles on it. We just switched vehicles recently. If you accidentally click the wrong vehicle, then they treat it as though you haven't paid anything. And I know of an incident not that long ago where the wrong reg was put in, and when the letter arrived through the door, realised the mistake and contacted them and said, look, it's actually this vehicle that we paid for, but we've clicked on the wrong vehicle on the app, but here are the hours that we were there in this vehicle. And they were like, oh yeah, okay, we're still fining you.
Oh.
Like, well, we have paid, so what you're accusing of us of is wrong.
Driven away out towards extra cover. Well,
so
they should have.
So
then
we'll give you a discounted fine. We're like, no, we don't want to pay you anything more because we actually did pay for parking.
They've got ANPR cameras and vehicle reg and whatnot, as this one's defended away. So, yeah, like I say, I was surprised at how quick and easy it was to get the money back, because I was anticipating being told it was your fault and you just pay it anyway, sort of thing. This one's driven away out towards wide mid off.
I stayed in a hotel last week in Worcestershire, and when I first arrived and I put the car details in, then realised I was actually not at the reception for the hotel. I was at the reception for the health club attached to the hotel. So I went round to the reception, And the girl said, "Have you put your car in?" So I said, "Yes."
Off the back foot and way out towards deep cover for a single hit. Aldridge will move to 36, Durham to 2:35.46. This partnership must be worth 55.60 now.
Yeah, it was getting there, wasn't it? 60. Yeah. So the girl said, "Well, put it in for 5 days just to be on the safe side." I was only staying in the hotel for 4, but she said, "Just put it in for 5 days to be on the safe side." So I put it in for 5 days. Final night I was there, as I walked into reception, there was a totally different person on the desk, and he said, "Have you come in a car?" And I said, "Yeah, I've been in and out every day in the car." "But have you just been out and come back again?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're going to have to put your registration back in the machine." And I said, "I've put it in for 5 days." And he decided that you had to put it in every time you left the hotel and went back again.
Reverse sweep here from
Nice
Stokes.
shot.
He's going to get 4 for it as well.
Just.
Singh thought about the dive, but the ball was racing away, and it was neatly played by the England captain.
So anyway, I would like to imagine, having put the car in that many times, that it it should have been covered about 400 times over. But he was adamant that every time I left the hotel, I should have put the car, or arrived back in the hotel, I should have put the number plate back in again.
Surely that shouldn't be necessary.
Well, of course not.
So again, I've got a leg slip and a short leg in play for Parkinson bowling to Stokes. He drives up towards long on this time, going deep in his crease. He moves to 35, Aldridge 36. Stokes has looked pretty assured out there for the entirety of his knock so far today.
He's been very patient, hasn't he?
Yeah, apart from that one whack.
The one wild wahoo, yeah. Which
one full stroke from him.
65 balls he's faced for his 30, and Aldridge 64 for his 36.
Yeah, whereas Aldridge had a couple of attempts at dragging the ball onto his stumps, and his pads got in the way. Has looked more assured in the last 20 minutes or so.
I'm reckoning the light's going to be an issue here any minute.
Does feel
Do you
particularly
want me to get the light meter out?
gloomy. Yeah, get your app out, see what it says.
Here's Taylor round the wicket to Stokes from the Beckenham end. Oh! If there was an edge there, it's been put down by Benjamin, who is at full stretch diving across to his right.
Runs. Umpire says there was an edge. It seemed to shoot through to the keeper.
Stokes dropped on 35.
Technically got dropped by Dudgeon earlier on, didn't he? Which was
on 12.
Flying attempt in the gully. So a couple more full strokes so you can add to the Stokes innings. But both would have had to have been absolutely stonking catches.
50 partnership from these two. Bowler comes in. That is defended by Aldridge. The 50 came in 81 balls.
Okay. Yeah, patient stand this one after the departure of Beckenham earlier on to Matt Milnes, his 3rd wicket in the innings. Ken have plugged away pretty respectably so far. Certainly run rate hasn't got away from them.
Next ball is defended off Taylor. At the minute the light meter's at 550, so we're okay, but
yeah, 300s when it starts to get gloomy.
Yeah. It just seemed to come in quite dark for a few moments.
Yeah, you say there is a big cloud sort of looming. Well, I think that's sort of more directly over our heads. It looks slightly brighter actually away to where the weather's coming from.
Taylor bowls again, and that is defended by Aldridge. The ball runs up to mid-on.
So yeah, Kent have obviously got an extra bowling bonus point with that Milnes wicket. Durham now closing in on a first batting bonus point themselves.
What over are we into the 62nd? 241 for 6.
Loads of time still when it comes to the bonus point cut off.
Bowler's in. driven into the covers, no run there. Stopped by Bell Drummond.
Crisply struck by Aldridge, but straight at the man.
From our view here, the person under the gazebo in the car park at the far side of the ground there, it looks like the gazebo's just stuck in the middle of the field. There's Taylor bowls, and that's played up to Bell Drummond once more by Aldridge. But if you go down to the bottom corner of the ground, the whole lie of the land looks completely different from over there on the right hand side of the ground, and it's actually way across to the side of the field where the cars come in, and the place looks entirely different down near the Crystal Palace training barn, looking at it from there.
All of the coverage via the BBC Sport app and website and the live County Championship Day 4 feed. First boundary for Derbyshire in pursuit of 122 to win, 20 without loss there.
Deficit at the minute, 282.
Sweep shot here from Stokes, past the leg slip fielder as Parkinson starts a new over. They come through for a single. Stokes moves on to 37, goes back ahead of Aldridge Scott. As the leg spinner bowls to the right-handed batter, he plays softly, but one bounce into the hands of the silly point fielder. Would have been perfect for a bit of one hand, one bounce. Again, he defends into the ground. Parkinson does seem to be getting just that little bit of tennis ball bounce there. Coach Singh sort of referred to that after we were chatting on day 2, that the pitch does have in it. Such is the hardness. Parkinson, that one scuttles through a little bit, but looked like it was leg side bound. Umpire is not interested in the appeal from Kent bowler and keeper. But Parkinson, just as it feels like it's brightening up a little bit again, is in and bowling with a slip. It's turned away out towards mid-wicket by Aldridge. 2-4, 2 for 6. As Parkinson just shuffles in, bowls. Aldridge jumps on the front foot to play defensively. And the end of another over. In theory, 75, 74 remaining in the day.
Yeah, weather permitting.
We won't get that far.
Yeah, 75.
Not unless a real clatter of wickets happened and Kent were gunning for victory and the weather somehow stayed away.
Tell you there.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Stokes plays defensively. Hello, yeah, it's dry day so far, which is the main thing, and we've had action for an hour and a half, with Durham moving on to 242 for 6, so Kent still in the driving seat in the game, but certainly looks as if it's heading towards a draw. Kent have picked up an extra bowling bonus point. Durham heading towards their first batting bonus point, courtesy of a pleasant stand at the moment between the England Test captain Ben Stokes, who's got 37 not out, just hit a reverse sweep for 4 off this spin of Matt Parkinson as well. Casey Aldridge is there with him on 36. Looked like Stokes might have been dropped by the wicketkeeper. A hard chance away to his right a moment ago off Taylor after he was put down in the gully by Dudgeon. A full length dive away to his left from the overseas, which was saving 4 runs more than a drop catch. In fairness, the 1 wicket to fall Today, David Beckenham out for 74 to Matt Milnes, who's got 3 wickets in the game for Kent. Durham were 5 down after day 2, but we had no play on day 3 due to some overnight rain and some water that had got on the pitch. We left it to dry up until 4 o'clock yesterday, but the umpires decided that it hadn't dried enough for there to be any play on day 3. But we are playing right now, and Stokes is driving here through the covers, and it may well go for 4, 3 minimum. I reckon he'll be coming back, and they do indeed take 3, so the score will move on to 245 for 6. Commentary continues as it brightens up here a little bit at Beckenham underneath cloudy skies. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. It's a pleasant enough drive from Stokes to move him on to 40. Right-handed Aldridge back on strike. James Taylor, the Surrey loanee, Stoke-born seamer, brother of Tom Taylor.
6 miles from his home ground he's playing.
Indeed, 5.8 miles
Is it
exactly
5.8?
to the Oval.
Comes in and bowls. Aldridge plays that to 2. Bell drumming in the covers, no run there. There's a rumour going round that we're going to have a hot meal.
I was just thinking about that. We've done well for sandwiches over the last couple of days. There's been no shortage of sandwiches. And packets of crisps and whatnot.
Yeah.
Less competition for them.
You haven't got through a box of biscuits yet today.
No, I know. I've been restraining myself today.
Edged out. Mayeyi takes the catch. That is the end of Aldridge on 36, and straightforward catch really. The second slip
Carried that well, that one.
didn't quite push forward enough there. Aldridge didn't move his feet. He's staring at the wicket as he walks off. He goes for 36, and that is the end of a partnership with Ben Stokes of 70.
A decent stand between the pair, and there was the reason I make reference to it carrying through is that a couple had gone off the outside edge of Aldridge's bat and not carried to first slip and not carried to second. I was starting to wonder if the softness of the ball was sort of preventing that, whether Miyeye took a little gamble and moved a step closer or not. You're right, that was a pretty straightforward catch, came at a really nice height for him, just to his right, easy pouch, safe pair of hands as well, Twanda Miyeye. And a decent knock that from Casey Aldridge comes to an end. Ben Rain will head out to join Ben Stokes in the middle, with Taylor getting his first wicket of the game. Took 10 for last week in the game and hit the winning runs against Gloucestershire. 6 for in the first innings, 4 in the second. His first of this match. Miyeye having taken both of the catches for the wickets that have fallen today.
Well, Durham trailing by 278 at the minute. 374 the target to avoid the follow on. Ben Rain, the new man. Gonna have 2 Bens, 2 left-handed Bens butting together.
I wonder if that'll potentially bring the Parkinson's spell to an end. Left-handers tend to find it a little bit easier to play the leg spin. It spins into them, takes sort of an outside edge out of the game. So whether that'll lead to a little tactical tweak. Sun seems to be trying to push its way through this cloud. But the obligatory oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, even though it was a good leave. Brings James Taylor's over to a close. A couple of the food kiosk stalls not here today. No ice cream van. Decent weather for an ice cream yesterday. Got quite warm in the sunshine. And then the chicken shack's not there today. And the smaller looking sort of food stall, which I was convinced was like a coffee and pastry type offering, did a lap round the ground yesterday, and turns out it's actually some kind of cheese toasty, grilled cheese sandwich.
What was that?
Yeah, it's a toasty stall rather than I thought it was coffee and cakes, judging from the size of it.
Oh yeah.
But when I went for a walk around the ground yesterday, I realised it was toasties.
Chicken Shack's gone, hasn't it?
Chicken Shack's not it today. There was one year here at Beckenham when we had an actual red bus. There was an actual fish and chip bus.
All right.
Parkinson is going to continue. Stokes clips him to Miyeye, who's fielding up mid-wicket. So short leg slip, normal slip. 3 men and the keeper around the bat for the spinner. Bowling to Stokes. Goes for a sweep, hard sweep into the leg side, all along the floor and away for 4. Nicely played by Stokes. Doesn't strike me as someone that's going to necessarily struggle against the spin. And he's played it confidently so far.
Well,
moves to 44.
Well, my cousin got married in Islington a few years ago. They had a London bus for their wedding bus, so we all went to the reception on it. I was following some really old Volkswagen camper vans the other day. They were beautiful things, but they'd obviously been done up, matching colours.
Yeah,
they were being used as wedding cars.
They'll skip down the pitch.
No ball from the spinner.
Front foot overstep, it must have been from Parkinson. 250
batting
comes
point.
up, and the batting point, yes.
They get a batting point thanks to a no ball.
252 for 7. Fairness, the single would have taken them to 250 anyway.
In the 65th over.
As down the pitch comes Rain and drives Parkinson straight down the ground for 4 runs.
The look Parkinson gave him there. What do you think?
Parkinson, he's immediately skipped down the pitch and just belted him for 4. Rain's not the sort of bloke who's going to stand in his crease and block it, that's for sure.
He's got a couple of centuries to his name.
He always strikes me as the sort of batter that likes to try and put the pressure back on the bowling and the fielding team. Parkinson a bit wider on the crease. Rain comes down the pitch again and has absolutely smashed this. Where's it gone for 4 out towards mid-wicket?
He got a century for Leicestershire in a T20 at Warwickshire as well.
Yeah, was he up the order in that one? I seem to remember.
I think it might have been. Was it the first Leicestershire centurion in a T20?
Yeah, he was being used as a pinch hitter, wasn't he? Well, I did say I didn't think spin was necessarily the way to go against these two. At the minute, they both seem to be enjoying it. Rain's gone back-to-back boundaries, moves to 8, stays in his crease for this one, and with long on moving back to the boundary, he just clips it up there for an easy single. Good cricket that, hit 2 4s. They move a man back and you just milk a single. Just under 20 minutes or so until lunch on day 4. As Parkinson bowls to Stokes, stays in his crease and just turns it away gently into the onside. End of the over. 2-6-1 for 7. 45 for Stokes. 9 for Rain. Hey, here we go. Here comes our lunch. It's come a bit early.
Oh, how's it going to stay warm? It's about 20 minutes. We need to keep the warmth in there.
We could do alternate overs, couldn't we? Go early on the food. It's even mayonnaise.
It's got mayonnaise. What's the crack there?
Look at that.
Ooh, what is it?
Chicken and wedges.
I smell it from here now. Taylor then, coming in from the Beckenham end, bowling to Rain. Turns that off his legs, and a big shot of no to Stokes. It's gone to Singh. Edge of the square on that leg side, no run. 2-6-1 for 7. basically the game now, having lost 111 overs, has been reduced to one of bonus points.
It's brand new, this mayonnaise.
Is it?
I'm having to take the internal stick a bit off.
Yeah. Here comes Taylor again, fended away by Rain, one-handed to square leg. I'll tell you what's the biggest myth in food. Is those things that, you know, when you've got a plastic packet of bacon or something like that, it says peel here. It's just never does, does
never
it?
peels well, yeah.
No.
You always have to get a knife and go the inside of it.
Taylor comes in to bowl to Rain round the wicket. Rain turns on off his legs down towards long leg. Parkinson's down there, he'll get a run. Parkinson fielding just in front of the grandstand in the northwest corner of the ground, with the giant Crystal Palace training barn behind it on the other side of the road. There are quite a lot of sports pitches in this area. I walked past Beckenham Cricket Club yesterday, which is about a quarter of a mile, half a mile away. It's now called Beckenham Sports Club. That's where my friend Cass plays squash.
I've heard my dad telling you about all the bank-owned grounds that used to be around here.
Oh, wicket! That is the end of Stokes. I think he's played on there, you know.
Yeah, played on.
Didn't move his feet at all. See this again. Yeah, hardly moves his feet, just the tiniest of steps, and he's trying to drive a ball which was slightly short of a length maybe, and outside the line of off stump. He's dragged it on to his off stump, so he is out for 45. James Taylor getting him.
Yeah, both of Durham's England men out in the same fashion, both drag-ons. Gay was sort of trying to play a more orthodox punch off the back foot, chopped Milnes onto middle stump. Stokes, maybe just the second time today, other than that big Yahoo he took up one of the deliveries. He was trying to spank through extra cover where his technique has just been a little bit loose, and he's been punished for it.
Well, they're trailing by 261 now. You've got Matty Potts to come in next, and then Callum Parkinson. In fact, they're putting Parkinson in first, I think. Or is that Potts? No, it's Potts.
Yeah, it's Potts.
So 261 behind. Need to get within 150 to avoid the follow-on in county cricket, and at the minute Durham are a long way from that 374 target. They're 112 away from it.
Maybe Ben Stokes heard the chicken and wedges had arrived.
Do you think that's what it was?
Maybe. Decided he got his eye in enough. Maybe just a little bit low. Just have seen a little bit of varying bounce.
Just didn't get his foot with the pitch of the ball
I think
either.
you're probably right. It's the technique as much as anything. Just was a little bit loose from him.
It does look rather gloomy out there again now. Once more, the definition of the players' faces seems to have disappeared. Potts up on his toes, fends this first ball away to square leg from Taylor. I think they need to go off. It's too dangerous now.
It's definitely not. It's fine.
Well, the rain was due to arrive about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Chilly day now. It's Taylor. Bowls to Potts from the Beckenham end. Oh, that shoots up off a length. Potts does well to get out the road of it. And off the over. And just the one run on the wicket came from it.
Dig into that while it's nice and warm. So Kent are going to persist with Parkinson after removing Stokes. I guess you would, when you're seeing Rain look to be positive and take a risk on potentially against the spin. Just going to have a little extra think about the field. Wicket and square, slip short, Rain. Would play softly this one. There's a bit off. Yeah, there's nobody at mid off. But Drummond's more extra cover. Big gap at cover. Point fielder as well. Down the pitch he comes. Into the leg side. He swings it over the head of the leaping Miyeye at mid wicket. Rehearses the shot as if he was trying to play it a lot straighter than it proved. As it veered away into the leg side. So what do they do for the right-handed Potts here? He kind of sings at deep square. He's the only fielder out on the boundary. Dawkins is in at silly point in the eye line of the batter. He's pushed away defensively by Potts. 263 for 8 then with the departure of Stokes. A drag on from James Taylor, his second wicket of the day. Parkinson bowls, driven up towards Beau Drummond at mid-on. Won't be a run. Potts waits for Parkinson, who's shuffling in again. The right arm leg spinner unfurls a lovely drive, times it too. Does Matty Potts and gets 4 runs to move off the mark. 267 is the Durham score. Used to be the bus I got to school, the 267. 267 for 8. Potts is on to 4.
Did you sit upstairs at the back?
Not really all the way at the back. It's kind of more in the middle.
With the hard lads at the back?
I left that to the kids. I thought they were cool, yeah.
Mm.
I was just minding my own business in front of them, listening to the radio on my phone. This one's turned away into the onside. Again, Singh will move around from long leg to do the fielding. They'll take a couple of runs. Potts will move on to 6. 269 for 8.
That's the over.
So Rain on Ben Rain rather than precipitation being on the way. Rain is on 11. 6 for Potts. Ekansh Singh is going to replace James Taylor here from the Beckenham end. Trying to peer through the back of our marquee to see how gloomy and rainworthy the clouds might be, but we're okay for the time being.
I reckon the light meter would look a lot different now.
I think it might in 10 minutes time if that cloud behind us moves in a little bit more.
It's not too bad actually.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that.
Here comes Ekansh Singh around the wicket.
Played off towards mid-wicket. No run. What is the sky doing? Yeah, it looks a bit gloomy. Coming our way.
It's definitely gloomier behind us where the weather's coming from.
In comes Singh, turned off the legs by Rain, down to fine leg for 1. He moves on to 12, 270 for 8. Durham 30 away from the next batting point, and Kent 1 wicket away from their final bowling point. Just ordering the field here Drummond's switched from the covers and is coming across towards mid-wicket. They've taken a mid-wicket out and put him in as an extra slip for Potts. So you've got first slip, second slip, then you've got fourth and fifth there, fourth and gully. Singh comes in and bowls. Potts forward to this one, plays it behind point, down towards the third man boundary, and we'll get 2.
He's always been a competent lower order bat, Matty Potts.
He's got 8, made his county championship debut at Canterbury in 2017.
And,
General election day.
6 for 92 in this game to take him up to, was it 300?
First class
Wickets for Durham. He was kind enough to stop at the bottom of the stairs on his way out on Tuesday, on day 2 rather, I don't know why I've called it Tuesday, to speak to the media.
Singh comes in, and that is left alone by Potts. Looks like the air ambulance flying east to the north of us. On the field at Bristol in 2021, and the air ambulance came and landed on the field at the end of the first over. Singh comes in, bowls, stays low, and it's fended away by Potts. Bit of a leading edge there. He was looking to try and play it through the leg side, and it's gone off to the covers. No run.
I imagine cricket field probably is quite a sort of landing zone of choice. Outfield. It's normally a big patch of grass that's
well, we could hear the
reasonably
helicopter, but we
sort
couldn't quite see it, and then it emerged from behind the flats at the far end of the ground. And everybody's thinking, where's it going? And then suddenly the umpires thought, hang on a minute, and waved the players off, and the helicopter came and landed right in front of our commentary position. Singh comes in. It's played away off the back foot down towards deep point. Drummond chasing after this one, and they get 2 more. Good running between Potts and Rain. Potts moves on to 10, 274 for 8. Rain has 12, that's the end of the over. Anyway, there was apparently, there'd been an incident in a nearby house, so the air ambulance flew in, but the crew were in the house for maybe half an hour and then reappeared at the ground and flew off again. And despite that delay at the start of the match, the game was still over in 2 days. On a pitch that was so threadbare it was going round corners.
just elongated the game a bit longer then, obviously. Parkinson to continue them. Rain the man on strike. Oh, short ball that's ballooned up. Definitely bounced a bit more than I think it should have done, or you would expect it to, for the length that Parkinson bowled it. He swivelled on this Rain and pulled it away into the leg side. There were some shouts of catch it. James Taylor ends up doing the fielding at backward square, but it didn't carry to him.
It popped, didn't it?
Really popped. Field moves around for right-handed Matty Potts. Parkinson's gonna bowl around the wicket as well. See if he can turn it up the slope. Just clipped away out towards mid-on by Potts. Shirt sleeves on. Sleeveless thin jumper. It's Parkinson. Gives it a bit of extra loop and he sweeps in front of square on the leg side. Should get 4 for this. Catch Singh is hustling around the boundary but won't cut the ball off. So 4 more to Potts, who's looked pretty fluent out there so far. Pretty at ease. Moves on to...
do you think this will be the last over before lunch?
Moves on to 10.
Squeeze one more in?
Depends if he plays a few more of those shots, to be fair. Kent are now changing the field.
They want this to be the last over before lunch.
I thought they'd want to bowl an extra one. Parkinson round the wicket. Ooh, booming drive back up the pitch. 4 more for Potts. And the previous boundary Trying to work out the scoreboard now. Yeah, he previous boundary had actually taken him on to 14, in fact, rather than 10, and he's now very swiftly on to 18. So, bit of a counter punch from both Rain and Potts upon arriving at the crease, taking the Durham score up to 283 for 8. Lining up another batting bonus point, or two, perhaps, before the innings is out, and as it's turned away into the onside. Yeah, he does the fielding.
I tell you what else is not out there today. There were a couple of bars dotted around the boundary. They've gone as well.
Bars gone? Parkinson clipped away, past short leg, safe enough through square leg for a single. Moves on to 19, 284 for 8.
Squeeze one more in.
Oh, they're jogging through to try and start it. Ekansh Singh hands his cap and jumper to the umpire. Yeah, I think we are going to get that one extra over. It has, by my reckoning, ticked over to 1 o'clock. But Singh's going to run in here. Third slip's just shuffled across to gully. Oh, drilled off the back foot.
That's a handsome back foot drive. That's gone for 4.
Lovely shot from Matty Potts. Like I say, he's batted almost as well as anyone so far today. Very swiftly moved on to 23. The flurry of boundaries.
16 away from a second batting point now.
Quite gone early on that scoreboard. I think he's got another one. I think this is still to update.
Got to do an update for Radio Newcastle.
No worries. I'll have one for BBC Radio Kent in a few minutes' time as Ekansh Singh bowls. Full delivery, which has been jammed up towards extra cover. I'm still waiting for these scoreboards to update. It says 284 for 8. I'm feeling like it should be an extra 4 runs on that tally. Yeah, should be. Here we go. 288 for 8. Potts got 23 from 16 balls. And has hit 4 boundaries already. Oh, short ball is ballooned up in the air. This should be taken. Keeper comes to grab it, and with the toe end of his bat, Matty Potts has gone back to a short ball, has tried to play a pull stroke into the leg side, and has top edged it, snooker cued it straight up in the air. And Ekansh Singh gets a big cuddle from Matt Milnes. Benjamin, the keeper, with the catch. 288 for 9. Does that mean we get to play on as Kent go in search of one more wicket to bowl Durham out? Presumably so, otherwise they'd be coming off.
Durham at 239 behind now, 9 down.
So Potts walks off. Callum Parkinson has got his gear on and is ready to come out. Do we get extra
half hour?
We do
now.
get extra half an hour, yeah.
But importantly, Durham at 239 behind here. That went straight to the keeper, didn't it?
Yeah. Keeper came and claimed it. They topped it straight up in the air. Potts. So, short and sweet. 23 from 18 balls.
No really big partnerships in this innings. You've had a 50 for the second wicket and 70 for the 7th. That's been it, really. So, hang on, what have I written down there? 5th wicket, 71. think Kent would force the follow-on, given how much time's lost in the match and the fact they didn't actually have the ball yesterday?
Yeah, 100%. I think they will indeed. No reason to bat a game.
Callum Parkinson on strike then as Singh comes in and bowls. It's a short one. Goes through to the keeper.
He's got his tail up, the 19-year-old. After taking that wicket. Yeah, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't force the follow-on. They've now, of course, collected all of their bowling points. So maximum bonus points in the game for Kent, which is the first time this season.
Singh in. Didn't carry.
Yeah, 288 for 9 now, Durham. Kent have got a couple more wickets since you were last with us, and we've got an extra half an hour if required for them to bowl Durham out. That was almost done and dusted just then, as there was an edge from the number 11 Callum Parkinson, which has dropped just short of Tawanda Mayeye at second slip. He's taken a couple of catches so far today to help remove Aldridge for 36 and Beckenham for 74. The England Test captain Ben Stokes was going along really nicely and then tried to chop the ball away on the offside, ended up dragging it off the inside edge onto his stumps. James Taylor taking a couple of wickets. The Surrey loanee for Kent. Ekansh Singh's just got one as well. Matty Potts, another England player, had hit 23 off just 17 balls, but tried to play one stroke too many. Short ball which he hit off the top edge into the air, and the wicketkeeper came out and took the catch. So but for the entirety of yesterday, which we lost due to that leak in the covers and the wet patch on the pitch, Kent would be gunning for victory in this game. They still yet might if the weather holds, and would be an unlikely victory indeed. You wouldn't have predicted it going into this game against the Division 2 leaders, but the away side now 288 for 9, just one wicket remaining in their first innings, so they're 235 runs behind. You'd very much expect Kent to enforce the follow-on and try and take 10 more wickets to see if they can win this game. As I say, feels unlikely. The draw still very much the favourite in this game, but Kent continuing to have another good day's cricket after being on top for much of the game so far. So commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. Durham on 288 for 9, trailing by 235 runs. Kent looking for one more wicket to make Durham bat again. As Matty Parkinson bowls to Ben Rain, turns it away into the onside. The field is now spread for Rain. As Parkinson lobs it up, left alone outside the off stump. We had it in the first innings. Parkinson v Parkinson. We may well have it again in a moment.
This was about the time that the rain was forecast, and just looking across to the northwest of us, it does look a bit grim over there now.
That's not where it's coming from though. I think it's coming from behind us. I think that bit skirted us. Is this way?
Slog sweep here from rain towards the deep square leg boundary.
They come back for 2. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's raining over there, but I don't think that's going to come our way. It's more out the back of our commentary box where the weather's coming from. It looks okay at the minute. As Parkinson around the wicket. Oh, that one balloons up. The short leg's not there for Ben Rain. Don't know if it was just off pad anyway. Not necessarily convinced if it came off bat or glove. Martin's gone to observe through the gap in the back of the marquee what the weather's doing, as this is swept pleasantly all along the floor out towards tumbling Milnes. In fact, it might be Dudgeon out there in the deep who's done the fielding there. I can see the bright red sunglasses that Dudgeon wears.
There's actually a bit of blue sky across to the west of us at the moment, and it looks a bit lighter there, but just behind it some very low dark stuff.
Well, we were definitely anticipating there being some dark clouds later on. We've seemed to have skirted them pretty well so far in the game. A little bit of a discussion going on in terms of the field now. As Parkinson prepares to bowl to Rain again. Dudgeon's come up from the deep wicket boundary. Taylor's being told to move round. So then there's now nobody behind square on the leg side if you wanted to try a little lap sweep. Parkinson bowls. Rain tries to muscle it into the leg side, but only picks out Miyeye, so fails to rotate the strike. Callum Parkinson will face Ekant Singh's next over. 2-9, 2 for 9 Durham then in their first innings. Still 8 runs shy of another batting bonus point. Again, looking, having got their final bowling point, looking to bowl the visiting side out. Increasingly brighter weather at the moment here at Beckenham. And they got 1, 2, 3, 4 catchers behind the keeper.
First ball of the new over from Singh, defended by Callum Parkinson.
Glad I made the decision to start eating this chicken and wedges while it was warm now.
Yep. Last week they brought some food at Worcester earlier than normal, and then we went to the extra half hour, and by the time it came to actually eating it, it was stone cold, so I had to leave the ground and go and get something in town. Singh bowls, turned by Parkinson down towards his twin brother at a long leg, and it has him off balance as he tries to stop it on the boundary. 1 run. .293 for 9. Rain on 17. Parkinson off the mark with that single.
It was a rather balletic piece of fielding out there.
Yeah.
Made me doubt for a second that it was Matt Parkinson, but you're right.
Singh to Rain. Rain pulls a short one out to deep mid-wicket, and that's away for 4. He sat up nicely for him there, he saw it early. Right out the middle of the bat, so he moves on to 21. Durham 297 for 9, so they're 3 away from a second batting point. And Kent got all the batting points that were up for grabs for them, so they've now taken maximum points in this game. 5 batting points, 3 bowling. Durham, the 2 bowling points. Singh comes in and bowls. That's left, it's short, and Rain watches it go through to the keeper's gloves. Bit of wind blowing dust across the square at the minute. Singh comes in round the wicket to Rain, and it's done too much. He's played and missed. He's played in fresh air there, isn't it? Looped away from him. Stayed quite low as well. Singh back to his mark.
Decent delivery from Ekant Singh. Hurrying in, all hustle and bustle.
Comes round the wicket here, Rain forward, bat and pad, the ball rolls out into the offside, no run there. End of the over, there was 5 from it, a single and a 4 through mid-wicket. Durham still 3 away from a second batting point. Heathrow's not even the busiest airport in the world, is it? So you imagine the noise at the busier ones. There's planes coming past here all the time.
I think Dubai is busier, isn't it? Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, Dubai's more of the central hub, isn't it, really? So obviously Emirates Airlines goes through there, Etihad goes through Abu Dhabi.
Parkinson then to continue from the city end of the ground here at Beckenham on BBC Sport Online. Softly played and quick single as well.
Atlanta's the busiest last year.
Oh, okay.
Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport. Dubai's second apparently. So this is a lot. 106.3 million people went through Atlanta. 95.2 went through Dubai.
It's quite a lot more, really. Field spreads again then for Ben Rain. 2 away from that bonus point. Durham, sweep shot. And I'll get one of them. Straight at James Taylor at Deep Backward Square.
All those people who go to Atlanta every year but don't go to Atlanta. Yeah, they just stay in the airport, don't see anything of the city and fly out again.
So Parkinson to ensue again. Matt Bowles, Callum defends, back up the pitch. Bold Matthew, says one of the fielders. It's like garden cricket in the Parkinson household. All over again. It's Matt Bowles. Callum Parkinson turns into the onside, no run. Benjamin the keeper waddles out to do the fielding. Yeah, that's a big ugly cloud beyond the Crystal Palace Academy training facility, which has passed us by, and it's turned away. Tumbling Ekansh Singh dives over the top of the ball, so that'll be another batting bonus point for Durham. Might not be 4, the ball has stopped. 300 comes up indeed. They come through for 3, 302 for 9. 22 for Ben Rain, 5 now for Callum Parkinson. Matt Parkinson has wandered off. Umpire tells him, nope, there's still one to come. Takes his cap back from the bowler. Kent had gone early on the end of the over there. Parkinson's slowing things down and having a discussion with Bell Drummond about his field. Descending Dudgeon, a little bit deeper on the leg side, excuse me. That's Ben Rain. Waits, the left-hander, bowler. Sweeps gently out towards square leg, no run taken.
It was the 70th over when Potts was out, and we started the extra half hour with the last pair in the middle, so it's normally 8 overs. So we've had 3 overs since then. The blue sky I was on about is now above us, but there was some pretty horrible stuff behind it. Singh bowling now, right arm over to Parkinson. Parkinson returns the ball to the bowler, and another waft of wind lifts some dust into the air from the track. Looking forward tonight to actually being in my own house and not having to travel anywhere for a few weeks.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean, I have 3 away games on the bounce. Bowler comes in and that's gone through to the keeper.
Albeit it's going to take you 4 or 5 hours to get there.
My youngest daughter's gone off to camp today. Very excited she was this morning. Lots of activities in the Lake District the next few days.
Oh, splendid.
Sent a photograph of her wandering down the school drive, pulling her suitcase.
Sounds like glamping.
Yeah. Well, Parkinson calls Rain through for a quick single. I don't think Rain was expecting that at all, because the ball was played just slightly wide of mid-on, but Sneaky they got there.
Comfortably. Bar's going to jog across as the left-hander prepares to take strike. Again, single ball around the wicket to Ben Rain. Still a couple of slips in the gully, but also a deep point and a deep forward square, deep mid-wicket. Again, Singh.
Durham needs 71 more to avoid the follow-on.
Just having a word with the skipper, Daniel Drummond. He's asking if he's going to pitch it up or bang it in here.
2 slips in a gully as he comes in round the wicket to Rain, the left-hander.
Ooh,
It's a wideish ball. Rain thinks about chasing it and then changes his mind.
Really wide.
Keeper's ended up between first and second slip there.
Yeah, I don't know how that's not a wide ball. That should be a wide in any form of cricket. Ben Rain sort of gave the pitch a tap, as if to say that was almost off said pitch. Don't know if it was.
Well, where he's tapped is right on line with the you know, that edge line.
Is he trying to? Is it Ekant Singh trying to land it on the damp strip from yesterday?
Comes in again.
Flying bit of work in the gully.
Yeah, I never saw the ball land, but it was a good take in the gully from Dudgeon, diving way high to his left.
Yeah,
played into the floor by Rain. Rain goes for a little wander to square leg.
Drummond's coming over for another word. Kent are obviously content with their over, right?
Rain is on 22, 303 for 9. Parkinson has 6 at the other end.
Fine leg being moved around to more of a long leg.
Singh around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and played down into the ground and away down to third man where there's nobody there for 4. It's gone through a gap between the advertising hoardings and out towards the seated area. One spectator over there has gone to field the ball.
I'm not sure if that was a bit more aerial. The way that the slip cordon reacted.
Another over chalked off. 307 for 9.
Certainly another 4 runs to Ben Rain.
Rain on 26, Parkinson on 6.
Yeah, I think that's gone in the air through gully.
74 overs gone.
But safe enough for the left-hander. Dawkins has put the helmet back on and is going to stand in front of Callum Parkinson at silly point as twin brother Matt bowls to him and he defends past Dawkins. .307 for 9. Matt Parkinson shuffles in once more and bowls a flatter delivery. Callum Parkinson turns it into the onside, a tumbling stop from the northeast. Parkinson again, a bit more loop this time. Parkinson defends. Taps his bat. Matt comes in and bowls again, lets it go.
Good lead.
Outside the off stump. Confident enough leave.
North Hands 229 for 7, need another 20 to win against Gloucestershire.
Matt Parkinson bowls to Callum Parkinson's soft hands as he plays it out towards backward point. Saying about Matt on loan at Durham, getting Callum out when he was playing for Leicestershire the other year.
2023. At Grace Road.
Field just moving out to allow a potential single if Callum Parkinson wants it. He doesn't. He plays defensively back up the pitch. End of the over.
Well,
307 for 9. 6 for Callum.
124.
26 for Ben Rain.
So they've had 5 overs of the 8.
Going to change the bowling here. Keith Dudgeon's going to come on. The overseas to have a little quick burst. Try and get that final wicket. See if Kent can bowl Durham out before the lunch interval.
Dudgeon has a sweatband on his left forearm. Comes in here round the wicket, right arm round to bowl to Rain. Rain looks to pull a shortish ball just wide of off stump through the leg side. He's edged it onto his pad. It rolls out to the leg side for a single. Umpire's casting an eye skyward, but I think we're okay at the moment. And for an 80 to 90% chance of rain, that prediction's massively not right, isn't it?
I mean, a mile in the other direction it's probably raining. A pretty ugly cloud just coming over the pavilion right now.
Parkinson facing Dudgeon. Hits him on the thigh pad and rolls out onto the leg side, no run. But I wasn't expecting to see as much blue sky as we're seeing at the minute.
No, it's kind of weirdly bright, to be honest. Just had to put my sunglasses back on.
Here comes Dudgeon. And Parkinson ducks out of a bouncer, goes down on one knee.
Ground staff are just starting to gather away to our right. In case they need to spring into action, seemingly.
.308 for 9, Durham. Parkinson on 6 as Dudgeon bowls. Plays that into the ground defensively.
Or you've not seen that at all, have you?
No, I thought that it got a... No, I saw it. I thought it had landed on the other side of the road.
Okay.
Just where the grass starts to bank up towards the seats, where there's a gap in the advertising hoardings.
It sounded like a nice sort of lofted clip off the bat. And so it proved. Away for 4 runs. As Matt bowls again. Callum
No ball.
cuts away into the offside. He's
It's his second no ball, isn't it?
Second front foot no ball from the spinner. So Callum moves to 13. I'm assuming that scoreboard is up to date. Oh, shout for LBW. They were wondering if it was pad before inside edge of the bat. The Kent fielders. 317 for 9. Can Matt have the last laugh after being hit for 4 by twin brother Callum? Skipping down the pitch. He'll know all the box of tricks that his brother's got up his sleeve, that's for sure. Nothing will be taking him by surprise here. As Matt bowls, Callum defends. End of another over, is it? No, we've still got one more.
There was the no ball.
One more, yeah, because of the no ball. Good point. Comes a bit wider on the crease. Matt bowls. Callum again is in behind this one, playing defensively. We've still got another ball remaining.
Yeah, there's one ball left.
317 for 9. Ken looking to bowl Durham out here. One more wicket required. Matt's going to bowl around the wicket here.
This might be the last over, you know.
Yeah,
Half
he's
past.
going in at leg slip. Silly point's gone across the short leg. Quite wide slip position for Zach Crawley. As Matt Parkinson bowls, Callum Parkinson defends.
Do the maths here. There's still 77, 1 over to go before this half hour would officially be up, with it being 8 overs.
Please stay off the outfield during the interval is the request. Spectators have been allowed on it for the first couple of days at lunchtime. Probably don't want anyone getting too close to have a stare at the pitch.
So we've had 77 overs. We were in the 70th when pulled the last wicket. Durham 3-9. So 33 away from the next batting point. They've got Studge Rain. Might have going down the leg side, or did Rain get bat on that? It was a Yorker length ball. There was a bit of dust came up as Rain played at it.
Yeah, you can see why the appeal.
The video footage shot through. It just totally missed the whole thing there.
Missed the frame.
Jumped. Yeah.
Friend Sammy from the club from yesterday.
Yeah.
Almost fell over on the little mounds, being extra careful today.
Next one's a bouncer left alone. It was Saturday when she came over and slipped. Grabbed hold of the front of the gantry that was sitting on.
Didn't realise the effects mic was where it was over.
No. She didn't swear though.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Hopefully we made her all aware that she was live and being recorded.
Yeah.
Quick enough.
At which point you said, I think you should just stop talking now.
Stop talking, don't say any more. I feared what she might say next.
In comes Dudgeon. It's a short one down the leg side, punched away by Rain for 4. There's 2 fielders down there at long leg and fine leg. It's gone right between the 2 of those.
Yeah, neatly played.
2-1 for 9.
31 now for Rain.
Yeah.
Real character. Real determined personality. Ben Rain. Wholehearted cricketer. More than capable with bat in hand.
Dudgeon comes round the wicket. Rain forward to this one, plays it off defensively across to the offside, no run there.
This is a couple of different shots as well. So if he could potentially steer it into the onside. And then re-practice the shot that he did play, the defensive one.
Bowler comes in. That's gone way down the leg side. Taken by the keeper.
Benjamin launching himself to his right.
I think this is the last ball. Rain on strike. Dudgeon from the Beckenham end, our end of the ground, comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side. It's gloved away by the keeper, and Dudgeon gave off an almighty yelp there. I think that must have been closer to the leg stump than it looked from here. The bye is signalled, and that is lunch then. So half an hour later than scheduled. And Durham are 322.49, so they trail by 201.
Yeah, fair play to Ben Rain and to Callum Parkinson for seeing through that extra half an hour to get Durham through to lunch. Daniel Drummond just letting Parkinson and James Taylor know that their efforts are appreciated as they wait for Callum Parkinson and Ben Rain to leave the field. Decent morning for Kent, removing Beckenham for 74, Aldridge for 36, Stokes for 45, Matty Potts for 23, but a stubborn last wicket stand has prevented Kent from bowling. Durham all out in their first innings and us moving into the second one, and the follow on being enforced as well. So 322.49 the score at lunch. We will be keeping
60
an eye
overs left today
on the weather as well during this interval, and we'll be back with you in
40 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
Alone.
Yeah, they could go second.
Yeah.
Probably are second.
Well, they
right
are now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just seeing if the table's updated yet. Yeah, they've gone second. So Durham have 95 points, and Northamptonshire have 85 points. If this ends in a draw, then Durham would get another 8 points for that as well. And they might yet get another batting point here at 330 for 9. Milne's right arm over to Parkinson. Oh, it's gone right through him. It's done too much. And it's gone right through. Just watching this. I think it's bounced over the off stump. Played and missed. Ben Rain walked down the track to offer a word of advice to Parkinson after that delivery. Last ball of the over, and Parkinson sees that away, defends it and pushes it off to point. End of the over, just the 1 run from it. So Durham 330 for 9. Deficit at the minute is 193. They've got to get that deficit down to 149 to make Kent bat again. This partnership, 42 from 63 balls. The new ball has been taken. Forgot about that.
I mean, 80 overs has crept up on us. So Keith Dudgeon from the city end.
It's quite a pleasant looking afternoon at the minute.
At the minute it's
sun shining, blue skies,
it's looking pretty bright out there.
Parts.
Dudgeon bowls wide of the off stump to Rain. And he'll try and have a bit of a counter punch against the new ball. Callum Parkinson looks to dig in at the other end. Just made a respectable 17 so far. Callum Parkinson, 35 for Ben Rain. Dudgeon with a couple of slips and a gully, bowls. Once again the left-hander plays no stroke. Field is spread on the leg side. Deep square and a long leg. Even mid-on's pretty deep, mid-on and mid-off. A deep point out on the offside as well. Forward Dudgeon, who is in and bowling again. Rain once more. Leaves alone outside the off stump. Prodding forward on the front foot, but groundsman away to our right, just having a look up into the skies. Dawkins.
Gonna stick my sunglasses on now.
Dawkins is moving to mid-wicket. So just a slip in a gully for Rain. As Dudgeon bowls a Yorker, which Rain digs out defensively. Bowler picks up in its follow-through. Back to the top of his mark. Rain steers this one away into the leg side. That might go all the way for 4. In fact, Taylor's going to cut it off. But it was just a little sort of controlled swivel shot. The new ball has absolutely flown out towards the boundary's edge, where Taylor's done the fielding. Couple more runs to the total. Good spring off the bat there, the new ball. Yes. Dudgeon comes around the wicket this time. Short ball. To
That
Ben
didn't even
Rain.
carry to the keeper, did it?
No, it didn't. Sort of ballooned over his head and on the bounce to Benjamin. End of the over.
I'm going to stop looking at the sky. There's no point. It's just.
Every time you think it might rain,
How do you
it
like
just
our
blows
new
over.
our new and improved weather app? It's awful.
It's not predicting the weather very well. Albeit it's a tough gig.
Right, here's Milnes bowling to Callum Parkinson, who is on 17. And he lets that go through to the keeper.
Good leave from him.
That's a good leave. Chairs have all been stacked up on pallets now, ready to be forklifted onto a truck and taken back to Kent, to Canterbury.
Yeah, all the sort of roped off areas have been removed as well.
Milnes in. That's gone through to the keeper. This really does feel like one man and a dog stuff today, doesn't it? I mean, I counted 35 people in the grandstand earlier. Maybe about 4 or 5 down to our left. But
Yeah.
there's not really many people here.
Like you say, I don't think there's 100 people in.
No, be surprised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Let us know if you're listening from home,
16, yeah, 17 people on our right hand side. Maybe 20. Just spot a couple of people under a tree. Parkinson defends this. Yeah, drop us a line, because we're starting to feel a bit lonely now. So, always happy to know what you're up to and where you are and what you're doing and whatnot.
KingCricket@bbc.co.uk. We're cricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, or Marty Cricket on Blue Sky.
At BBC Kent Sport on X.
Milnes comes in and bowls. Parkinson turns that out through deep mid-wicket for 4. That's a nice shot. Wallop.
That's flashed.
Yeah.
Away to the advertising hoarding, rather.
Must have just been straying down the leg side there, Milnes.
Yeah, got fed up with Parkinson leaving it alone, so got a little bit too straight. Really neatly played. Moves on to 21.
Sounds like a pterodactyl flying past us. What on earth is that noise?
Callum Parkinson's going to go back into the dressing room at some point this afternoon and go, I don't know what the fuss was about, boys. It's an absolute belter to bowl. And I had to face
He's
the
had
new
some
ball.
runs recently. He got a 37 or something in a recent game. Possibly at Lord's. Milnes in. That's controlled. Played down to the gully, no run there. What did he get? He's had some runs recently.
First season that Matt came to Kent,
Parkinson 28 at
clearly worked
Lord's.
hard on his batting. Got a few runs that season. Hasn't got quite so many since.
Not out 36 against Lancashire as well.
There you go.
Well, that's a good leave. That's the bat raised well high above the head. And that is the end of the over. 4 runs from it. 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, well negotiated.
Well, this partnership's nearly 50 now. They have put 48 together off 74 balls. I wonder what Durham's highest last wicket stand is against Kent.
Dudgeon to continue.
Oh, quite a lot.
Oh, is it?
Mm.
Here he bowls. Let go by Rain.
It's 102.
Ooh. Between.
It was Steve Harmison
Okay.
and Michael Foster, the Yorkshireman, and it was at Canterbury in 1998, 102.
So bowls here as Dudgeon cuts away out into the offside. Ben Rain can't sing out there in the deep. Does the fielding.
I can't remember Michael Foster. I didn't see him play for Durham. Sixth wicket, 249. Gordon Mutchell and Phil Mustard. I remember that game because I was following that online from the Czech Republic. We'd gone to Prague for my wife's 30th birthday, and they put on a big partnership. Gordon Mutchell became the youngest Durham player to get a double 100 at the time.
So 3 slips in a gully in play for Callum Parkinson as he faces up to the South African Keith Dudgeon. He lets this one go outside the off stump.
Will you miss the generator once you've gone? Once this match is finished?
Go to sleep dreaming of the noise of the generator in the background.
Yeah. There's not so many people in here today. There's only 3 of us, so we haven't had lots of people walking backwards and forwards and
On the,
hitting this loose floorboard.
Yeah. Oh, I've been fiddling with a zip tie that I've now accidentally tied beyond being able to take it out again, which is a mistake. Oh, that goes past the outside edge.
You can undo them, can't you?
You normally can, but I've squashed it too much. And I've done it the wrong way. So it would almost stay tied. Feel free to use that.
Is that what you've been trying to use?
Mm. Three slips to gully for Callum Parkinson. Bat waiting, and there's a big shout for LBW. Might be sliding.
Yeah,
I've,
to put it bluntly, you've knacked it.
yeah, I have.
Well done.
Ooh, I've just turned around and looked away to where the weather's coming from.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. None of it matters.
it's really, really gloomy
Yeah.
over there.
Yeah, it's nice and sunny here though.
Callum Parkinson waits. Keith Dudgeon runs in from the city end. Oh, he thought for a moment that he might need to play a shot. He was going to leave it alone, then thought he sort of might need to play a shot.
It's gone over the stumps again.
Last minute he's pulled out of playing one, and yeah, it's gone over the top of the stumps.
He leaves it well. They are 1 run away from a 50 partnership. 80 balls, I think 79 balls have faced these two.
Yeah, fair play to them.
13 runs away from a batting point.
Done really well. The new ball to contend with in recent times as well.
I'm amazed the ball hasn't come up here once this match, has it?
It's a good point, actually.
Ben Rain just pulls away there. Milnes was coming in, but Rain was still counting fielders and working out where people were.
All the outside edges have gone wide of the gully and down more towards the groundsman's hut.
Milnes around the wicket to Rain. Rain tries to drive, he's mistimed it, and it's come off the edge and rolled back along the floor to the bowler. Rain is on 38. 49 balls, I think. As Milnes comes in again. Playing a miss from Rain this time. That just had a little bit too much bounce in it. It was a fairly lengthish ball. Wide of off stump though. Sun's gone in. We were talking about the big splodge of rain on the radar that was over us earlier, and I suggested splodginess abounds, and it didn't materialise, did it? Milnes in. Oh, bit of a false shot there from Ben Rain, but that's the 50 partnership. He's looking to turn that through the leg side, and he steered it all the way down to sing at mid-off. But they've added 50 in 83 balls.
Orthodox mid-off might have been in the game for that Ben Rain stroke.
Milnes now bowling to Parkinson. Parkinson deadens that one, leads it straight back into the ground in front of the crease and comes to rest. Milnes in again. Parkinson leaves a short one. Somebody's not sticking to 30 miles an hour. Deficit at the minute 185. Milnes in. That was a short ball which seemed to catch Parkinson as it was passing through. They're appealing for LBW.
I think they were begging for a caught behind, hoping it had flicked the glove.
No, he got his arms right down out the road of that one. Yeah, they're just pretending.
They're just getting a bit desperate. Having been trying to get this final wicket for 45 minutes or so, longer.
Well, it was about 27 minutes. Sorry, about 3 minutes to 1, wasn't it, when Potts was out? In the start of the final, the extra half hour.
Dudgeon again then, new ball in hand. 4 overs old. Rain.
Oh, dropped.
Has angled that into the gully. Dawkins was the man in there.
It was in his hand for a moment or two, but it was just spinning too much, and he couldn't. He went down. He couldn't react to it in time.
I thought it had gone wide of gully originally. I was waiting to see it flash down towards third man. But Rain survives. Dudgeon once more. Bit of extra lift. Goes past the outside edge of Ben Rain's bat. Good delivery, that one. From the Kent Overseas, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Newcastle. Here from Beckenham. Durham trailing by 185 runs. Dudgeon to Rain, turns it away into the onside. Maybe another batting bonus point, maybe trying to avoid the follow-on in the sights for this last wicket pair. Derbyshire need another 31 runs to win the 91 for 3 at Lords. Northants having beat Gloucestershire earlier on. Yorkshire beating Surrey. Sussex 87 for 5 have had a bit of a clatter at Taunton. As Parkinson defends away this next delivery from Dudgeon. 3 expectant slips and a gully waiting. Slips in a gully. Dudgeon. Oh, edged short of second slip. Well, angled down by Parkinson.
For a new ball, it doesn't seem to be carrying, does it?
No.
Not from the far end.
The odd delivery does. It just, the ball seems to be a little bit up and down. One really lifted past the outside edge of Rain's bat earlier on in the over. Three slips in the gully way. That's Dudgeon. Oh, hits him on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Dudgeon was convinced. That was almost a celebration rather than an appeal. He looked
too high, that.
Around at the umpire with bemusement.
Christopher Hackworth has emailed us wondering who the contenders may be for Marcus North's position of Director of Cricket at Durham. I think he's got about another month before he heads to the ECB permanently. I'm thinking of the people currently at the club, you'd look at maybe Director of Cricket. Dale Benkenstein's back as a batting coach. Maybe Neil Killeen might be interested in coming back. He's currently working with England as a bowling coach and scout. Comes the bowler again. This is played up to mid-on by Rain for one. If they advertise it externally, it could go to anybody, I suppose, couldn't it? Ryan Campbell's the coach. Does he move upstairs? Or? Graham Onion's obviously back at Durham now as a coach these days.
It'd be interesting to see if any of those do go for it.
Milnes to start a new over here, bowling to. Is this a new over or not? Are we halfway through? I can't remember where I am. Where are we?
We just swapped over for the left and right hand.
Trying to remember where we were there.
Yeah, obviously Marcus North's done a fine job and proved to be an impressive operator. I saw a quote the other day. I think was it from Ryan Campbell saying he's the most English Aussie he knows. Or
yeah. Milnes to Parkinson, who goes for a quick single out towards the covers. Takes him on to 22. Durham 341 for 9, so they're 9 away from a batting point. He's lived in the northeast for quite a long time because he married a girl from Gateshead, who's I think her dad was chairman of Gateshead Fell when Marcus first came to England as in his late teens and played in the Durham Senior League. And in previous life he had a wine import business in Gateshead. I just remember going to visit him in his office once, just surrounded by all these boxes of wine.
Really?
Yeah. So Rain plays one up to mid-off for a single. It was on the Team Valley. Parkinson back on the strike. Durham now 8 away from another batting point. There's 2 balls left in this over. It's Parkinson who is on strike on 22. Milnes from the Beckenham end, running away from us. Comes in and bowls, and Parkinson plays that safely up towards mid-wicket. No run. This is all niggle value from a Kent point of view. Durham's game at Worcester last week was a 57-run stand for the 10th wicket from Worcestershire in their first innings. Milnes to Parkinson. Parkinson pushes it out towards the offside and Milnes chases after it. End of the over, so 3 singles from it. 342 for 9. 342 for 9, trail by 181. 32 more runs to avoid the follow-on with the last pair in the middle. They have so far added 54 from 98 balls.
Dutchin continuing from the City end. Oh, short ball. It's in the air, but it's not going to carry. A couple of bounces in the end to James Taylor. That long leg. Dutchin hands on head. He's desperate to take this final wicket.
I just think that was a reflex shout catch it, because it never appeared to me that was going to be a moment of peril.
No, Rain didn't really go hard enough at it for it to carry all the way out to the long leg fielder. It's a big old space for him to man down there. Catches a weight behind the wicket. It's Dudgeon. Bowls to Callum Parkinson.
Sneaky.
Little prod and run once again. Good positive cricket. 23 for him. 43 for Rain, and 6 away from another batting bonus point.
Just trying to think who's sort of not in a coaching role at the minute who might fit a director of cricket position.
Someone like Steve Harmison enjoying his media duties too much.
He does a lot of football now, you know.
Does he?
Yeah.
Dutchin bowls wide of the off stump, left alone.
He works for a national commercial station covering Premier League matches in the North East. He was managing Ashington Town at one time as well,
Good point.
where his brother was playing.
Taps his bat and waits. Does Ben Rain on 43. Defends up towards mid-on. I mean, Benkenstein having been head coach at Lancashire.
Well, it has been a struggle, and he's been the head coach, hasn't he? Hampshire, Gloucestershire, Lancashire. He was in charge of Hampshire when they should have gone down in 2016 because they finished second bottom, but the ECB relegated Durham instead and allowed Hampshire to stay up.
Dudgeon to the right-handed. Callum Parkinson lets this one go. Good decision in the end.
Left Lancashire midway through last season.
Yeah, they didn't have a good time with it.
No, they were struggling in Division 2 after relegation. Because when he came back up to Durham as a sort of batting consultant and ended up being in charge of the team for a game at Taunton.
Touching bowls. Once again opts to leave, does Callum Parkinson. Just 5 runs then for Durham to get another batting bonus point. Kent still waiting and hoping and doing all they can to try and get this final wicket. Some shin pads being brought out for Dawkins. Going to put a short leg in.
I saw a bit of a road rage incident at Beckenham Junction last night.
Oh really?
Yeah. Just after you dropped me off, there was a car coming across the junction and waiting to turn right, and the driver, for some reason, I don't know what, started having an argument with a food delivery guy on a bike. And then the next thing, the driver got out and wanted to have a fight in the middle of the street in front of lots and lots of witnesses. And then got back in his car and drove off.
I was going to say, did the food delivery rider just pedal away? Milnes and Bell Drummond in discussions about something or other, some sort of field placing query. Can't be long before maybe see a change in the bowling. This will be Milnes' 6th.
That's played by Ben Rain up to deep point. 1 for the throw. They're going to get the 2. The throw from Matt Parkinson only reached the edge of the square, throwing into quite a stiff wind.
No, maybe it is only his 5th over of this second new ball. Spell. Because he bowled 1 with the old ball.
It's nearly 3 o'clock. Milnes to Rain. Rain just taps the ball back along the track to the bowler. So Durham need 3 for the next batting point. If they could get that batting point and then another one, they would have avoided the follow-on as well. Rain is on 46 as well. Just drops this one short on the offside. They're going to go for 2 here. No. They change the man and go for 1. 2 fielders emerging on that offside pretty quickly. So that brings Parkinson on to strike, with Durham needing 2 for a batting point now. Wind's starting to get up. So these two came together when Potts was out trying to pull on through the leg side off Ekans Singh on the stroke of lunge. He got a top edge and it looped up. Went to the keeper when he was on 23, so Durham were 288 for 9 at that point and trailing by 239. They were 201 behind at lunch. It's Milnes bowls to Parkinson. Parkinson keeps this one out, drops it short and goes for a quick single. Good running. Again, I think Rain was a little bit surprised to be caught through there. Good shout though. It was Parkinson's call. Durham 1-7-4 behind now. So Rain is on strike. He is on 47. He's on a couple of centuries and 20 50s. This one's a short one down the leg side, which he lets go by. He got 33 at Lords, 37 against Lancashire. 43 against Kent in the opening game, and a 19 against them. Milnes comes in and bowls to Rain. He looks to hook, plays and misses. An appeal from the keeper, but nobody else. End of the over.
Would have been a good moment to get a thin edge through. If he'd have got something on it, it would have probably flown over the keeper's head and away for that extra run required. So Durham will continue for another over. At the city end of the ground. 3 slips in the gully, waiting his arrival, waiting for the ball that might come in their direction. Callum Parkinson hasn't really put a foot wrong for his 24 not out. As he faces up to Dudgeon, drives pleasantly out towards extra cover. Few jokes and whatnot being shared. A bit of extra cloud cover as Dudgeon runs in and bowls. Jammed up towards mid-on by Callum Parkinson. 9th over of the new ball this. It was creditable enough from these two, the way they negotiated the old ball and got through to 80 overs. But really smart, good decisions being made at the crease to keep this new ball at bay and to give them a shout of an extra batting bonus point as Dudgeon bowls and Parkinson lets it go outside the off stump. And yeah, 3:01. So Martin will be updating BBC Radio Newcastle. I'll have a BBC Radio Kent update before too long. Down the leg side and away for that extra point. You can hear the Durham supporters who are still down south, who applaud as one goes away past Chris Benjamin to the rope. Has it gone down as runs to Parkinson? Yeah, I think it has. He's on to 28. So Dudgeon once more. This one, a solid defensive shot from Parkinson. Just getting up on his toes to defend. Flaps of the marquee blow in the increasingly strong breeze here at Beckenham as Dudgeon bowls. It's got through the attempted drive. A rare full stroke from Callum Parkinson. 3-5-3 for 9. 170 runs Durham Shah Bay, so 20 more runs to avoid following on in the game is the next moment and a target for this pair. Rain Be thinking about a half century as well. She's a blow away from. As Matt Milnes bowls to him. Clip into the leg side. Has he got enough on this for it to go all the way? No, it'll just be a couple. Yeah, increasingly looking like a draw this one, because Durham's last wicket stand goes on. They are 355 for 9. This last pair came together when the score was on 288 for 9 after Matty Potts' departure, and they're still going. Ben Rain on 49 not out, and Callum Parkinson, twin brother of Kent's Matt, has got 28 not out as well. Kent have got a new ball in their hands. They have done so for the last, as this one's down into the gully area and fielded, the last 9 overs or so, but it hasn't helped them take that final wicket after they managed to take some brisk wickets. 4 wickets in the morning session, with Beckenham out for 74 and Stokes for 45, Aldridge for 36, Potts for 23, and it looked like Kent might have an outside chance if they could really skittle through Durham of forcing the follow-on and maybe even winning this game, but that looks increasingly unlikely. Durham might even manage to avoid the follow-on if they can put another 18 more runs on the board, as this one is into the leg side for what might be a quick 2, in fact, as Milnes does the fielding. Yep, they come through successfully for those couple of runs. So 357 for 9 here. Durham, Surrey having lost earlier on against Yorkshire. That's the 50 up as well, by the way, for Ben Rain. Surrey lost by an innings and 127 runs against Yorkshire after being bowled out for 155 in their second innings, and Sussex are trying to avoid defeat themselves away to Somerset at Taunton, and they're 95 for 6 in their second innings. They've just lost another wicket as well, so Somerset really gunning for victory in that game, with Sussex still 178 runs behind. It's going to be a tricky conclusion, that one, for Sussex to try and avoid defeat. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. As Rain is in behind this one, playing defensively to Matt Milnes. Have you got the stats for the half century?
65 balls, 5 fours, his 23rd 50 in first class cricket.
He's batted really well, and particularly early on came out with some positive stroke play. Do we just have the first spots of rain in the air?
It suddenly got windy a moment ago, didn't it? The whole building was sort of crashing about while you were doing your bulletin.
There actually is a little bit of rain in the air, despite the fact that 100 yards in front of us is glorious sunshine out there in the middle. As Milnes is running into rain, steers into the offside. Yep, here's the call. Through they come for a run.
Deficit currently 166.
Milnes and Dudgeon will surely have to be replaced soon. They put in one last big effort with the new ball.
Well, if they avoid the follow-on and then Durham are out and Kent bat again, they could shake hands on a draw at R4, couldn't they?
Yeah. It's increasingly looking like it's going to go that way. Taking 11 more wickets on this pitch. It's not going to happen. A short ball from Milnes. Through it goes to a diving Chris Benjamin. End of the over. One suspects that might be the end of Milnes' spell with the new ball. Yeah, I'm seeing James Taylor going through some warming up, stretching, loosening exercises, anticipating another opportunity with the ball. There's Dudgeon. Get the wicket in this over, and in fact it's not going to be Dudgeon, it's Matt Parkinson who's coming on.
Rob Stoker has emailed. He says, "You are not alone. Enjoying this coverage is my usual evening entertainment here in Thailand. Is normally to watch the Giro, but unfortunately it's a rest day today, so keep up the great work and hope Durham can drag this out." If it's a rest day today at the Giro, that's good, because I'm so far behind. I'm about 4 stages behind, so I'll watch all those stages in one big lumber tomorrow. Catch up on what's going on. I did buy Cycling Weekly on my way home from Worcester last week, and it was a lovely pink wrap around the magazine to symbolise the Maglia Rosa, the leader's jersey. Ooh, look at this. Callum Parkinson's just come to tell Ben Rain about some cunning plan that his twin brother's got. Snitching on his brother. Here comes Matt Parkinson around the wicket to Rain. Rain flicks one off the leg stump down to square leg for one.
Yeah, obviously the ball's only 10 overs old. Maybe just
Why is this structure making noises when we're the only people here?
There was a
very heavy
chap in an orange high-vis, yeah.
Parkinson to Parkinson, right arm over. Parkinson plays that from Parkinson to is that Crawley? Who's that at Silly Point? Is that Crawley?
Dawkins.
Comes in again and bowls. That's left alone. Too much bounce in it, goes up into the keeper's gloves. Oh, we're on the biscuits now. I mean, I was wondering what it was going to be.
I'm dangerous. You've got having a snooze otherwise.
You've got to go for sustenance.
I genuinely think I was about to fall asleep.
Yeah. Played by Parkinson up to the bowler's end, and there's a shy at the stumps from mid-off. Missed the target at the bowler's end, and he's dived in. What's that now? 360, is that? 3?
Yes, indeed.
360 for 9. 14 more needed to avoid the follow-up.
Many more.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes the bowler. Oh, they're appealing for LBW. That's cut back in a long way. Rain's gone into his crease to try and square cut that, and he's missed it. It's hit his thigh pad. The umpire says not out. So you've got right arm round to the left-hander here. Sweep from Rain out towards deep square leg 4-1, picked up by Singh. So Rain and Parkinson doing a wonderful job here for Durham. The partnership is now worth 73. It's all niggle value. Can they break that record of 102 from Harmison and Foster in
maybe
1998 at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury?
34 and the 12th man comes on. Keith Dudgeon. Heading off, James Taylor.
Harmy must have been fairly early in his career then, 1998.
I wonder if this will be James Taylor's final crack with the ball. Kent for the time being. Game 2 of a 2-match loan spell from Surrey.
His brother was playing against Durham last week for Worcestershire. The whole family plays cricket. Dad's, uncles, sister. Big cricketing family.
He's in around the wicket here to the left-hander Ben Rain. Was quite wide on the crease. Oof. And it balloons back up the pitch as he thought about a pull stroke. Pulled out of it, Ben Rain. Didn't follow all the way through.
No. Just looped back towards the bowler but didn't have enough on it to reach him.
It's got nice tall action. Quite chest on, James Taylor. Headband on, dark hair, full delivery, which Ben Rain clips with timing into the leg side, and we'll get 2 runs for it as well.
Leg stump Yorker. How old's Taylor?
25, I think.
Yeah. What on earth was that?
Here comes Taylor in and bowls. This time it'll just be 1 for rain. Sounded like a floorboard was close. Yeah, there is a loose floorboard, isn't there?
It seems to ping upwards and hit the bar around the bottom of the curtain, the sides of the marquee.
That was a real thump.
Where does this marquee normally live then? Is it normally up at Canterbury?
I don't think so, to be honest. I don't know if it does live.
Unless the scorer's sitting here for
near here. A bit more permanently.
Oh, they've got a room upstairs, haven't
Yeah, they do, so... don't know if it'll still be up for the Lions game. Maybe the written press will be in here for the Lions game. Forward comes Parkinson to defend. Into the offside.
Ben McKinney was meant to be in that squad, wasn't he?
Yeah, whether he will be now. After picking up that ankle injury.
When's the Lions match? You read the squad out the other day.
Yeah, I feel like it's next week.
South Africa A is playing.
Yeah. Here comes Taylor again, played out towards backward point.
Talking to people who were here on Friday saying they weren't going to be here on Monday because the weather forecast was awful and it's going to be a washout. We haven't seen any rain today.
Friday the 29th of May.
Right.
To June the 1st. England Lions v South Africa A.
Right.
So yeah, a week on Friday. James Taylor, increasingly gloomy. The cloud cover arrives and is defended away by Parkinson. End of the over from Taylor. Durham edge closer to avoiding the follow-on. They trail Kent by 159 runs.
Well, this will be Durham, unless something miraculous happens this afternoon. Durham unbeaten in the opening section of the season.
Briefly, briefly saw the Kent T20 captain Sam Billings while he was here this morning while we were off for lunch, and he was saying, he was basically querying how did Durham manage to get relegated last season with the strength of their lineup.
Because too many of them lost form with the bat and they weren't bowling teams out.
Clearly
injuries as well.
On paper, certainly more than good enough to compete at that level.
And as Brian Clough said, you don't play on paper, young man. Here's Matt Parkinson, swept by rain to square leg, no run there, picked up by Dawkins.
And that was certainly what many Kent supporters would say about their batting lineup. Say on paper it looks good. Not really until this game, as it's perhaps showed its full potential.
Rain comes down the track to Parkinson and wallops that back past him for 4.
Maybe sensing an opportunity here, Ben Rain.
So, where are we now with that 4 then? That's 370, is it?
55 behind, 368. So 5 away. A 6 would avoid the follow-on.
There's nobody to get the ball. There's nobody down that end of the ground. The game's going to end in ambivalence. Oh, somebody has got the ball.
Whoever was fielding down a long on.
Yeah. It rolled up over the advertising hoarding and then went down and underneath the side screen at the far end.
I'll be saying to Ben Rain, go on then. I'm going to loft this up. Have a go. 6 to avoid the follow-on.
That pops. Oh, he nearly played that into the hands of Dawkins at square leg there. Just a little popper. Flicked off late. Parkinson in again. And Rain watches that one go past the off stump and into the keeper's gloves. We'll be coming up to tea in a minute, won't we? 20 to 4. In comes Parkinson again. That's swept round the corner by Ben Rain for 1, down towards long leg. 1 ball left of this over. 369 for 9. The magic number is 374. If they can get to 374, can they then get to 400 and another batting point? Parkinson bowls. Played by Parkinson to Silly Point. End of the over. 5 runs from it. 369 for 9 here on the BBC. Somebody's asking me what are my plans to get home tonight. It's going to be some form of train, I don't know which one or what time. Jamie says I've started putting a fresh coat of paint on the front door just to avoid dozing off. This is drama, this, Jamie. Avoid the follow-on. Batting points. Just seen a half century for Ben Rain. Some people are spoiled.
James Taylor then. Oh, off the long run, but ground staff just
It's raining,
emerging. Bit of rain, yeah. Rain tucks us into the onside for a run. And there is. The irony being, the cloud cover doesn't seem that dark overhead. Where's this rain come from?
This rain's come from...
We've avoided all the grubby, dark grey clouds.
This rain's actually falling over Isha.
And it's being blown in our direction. Callum Parkinson just steps away and make sure he can see James Taylor. There's ground staff on the move towards a sheet over on the far side, edged short of the man at third slip.
Yeah.
They're going to
go for 4?
back for
2.
2. In fact, Ben Rain has done really well to come back for 3.
Well, the ball was never thrown back, was it? I thought it was going to come.
He's only just. I think he had to sort of flick it back
Right
down by the rope. So Rain back on strike. 1 away.
Eric says regarding the road rage incident, you need to get back to the safety of the northeast and leave these London madmen to their own devices.
Yeah, because nobody in the northeast ever had road rage.
Well, Eric actually lives in Stanmore, so he's just north of Wembley. There's a couple of umbrellas, 3 umbrellas gone up in the grandstand, 4 now.
Yeah, north of the Thames is where you start to worry. Driven away through the covers, out towards deep point by Ben Rain. Are they going to come back for 2? Just the 1, but that will take them to 374. And 150 runs behind?
149. You've got to get to within 150, so 149.
I think they've done it.
Yeah. Umpires are having a word here. And they're going to come off.
So with Durham having avoided the follow-on.
Yeah, 374 for 9. Well done.
Players are going to leave the field.
They'll probably take an early tea now, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. Punch of gloves between Parkinson and Rain. What a fabulous job.
85 runs from 144 balls.
Really superb effort for the final wicket from these two. Not only have they negotiated the old ball, they've had the new ball up against them for the last 13 or so overs. Kent have tried different bowlers, just haven't been able to get the same joy that they had in the morning session. Discussions being had with the umpire and the sheets being brought out by the ground staff. But they head off the field for a rain delay, with Durham still at the crease with no wickets lost in this afternoon session. Extra half an hour pre-lunch, didn't lose a wicket then. These two still going, so going to take a brief break on the live stream and on the BBC Sport app and website. We'll return, assuming the rain stops and we get some more cricket. Welcome back. The rain has subsided. Post tee.
Well, one rain has.
Indeed, very
Another
good.
hasn't. See what I did there?
Yeah, very good. I was laughing because Kent have made a bowling change. Twandamayeye is into the attack. And if that's not a sign that Kent have given up on winning this
they were
game,
halfway through an over though, weren't they?
I don't know what is.
Did they finish the over?
Seemingly so.
No, they weren't. They were. Yay, bowling here. The scorecards got it down as halfway through the over.
Who was bowling it?
Parkinson.
Is Taylor not out there? Is Taylor
Oh yeah, it was Taylor.
got a niggle?
Yeah.
Oh, Mayeye is finishing his over for him then.
Uh-huh.
Pushed away out towards Bar Drummond in the covers.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, because there was 44.3 overs left to go when they went off.
Oh, okay.
They took an early tee, for those of you wondering what's been going on. And the rain, that did fall past pretty quickly. In fact, I didn't even notice any rain, to be honest with you.
So Mayeye is completing James Taylor's over. It's punched off the back foot out towards Bertie Foreman, the 12th man. So
Oh, there's a huge bee staring at you.
he's always the 12th man. Where has it gone?
There.
Oh yeah.
Did you not hear it fly past the microphone?
Can't say I was paying that much attention.
I heard it first.
So Parkinson's going to continue from the city end of the ground. Durham have avoided the follow-on. We've actually got another batting bonus point, maybe 25 runs away if these two keep going.
Not inconceivable.
Not really too much more to be gained by Kent now, other than bowling Durham out, which they haven't been able to do in time to make them bat again. And a really productive morning session as this one's flicked away for a run. But in the afternoon session, these two bowlers have managed to negotiate what Kent have thrown at them with both old and new ball. And now the game almost certainly heading towards the draw as it's defended away into the onside. I mean,
Jamie says he's finished painting the door.
there we go. How
He finished painting the door before they finished the over.
yeah, it's virtually impossible to get anything from this other than a draw, as this one's a big slog sweep into the onside. It's going to go all the way for 6 as well from Ben Rain over the head of Twandamayeye in the deep. Big old club from Rain to move on to 70, and Durham to 382.49. They are 6 away from a century partnership for the 10th wicket. That 10th wicket stand, record 10th wicket stand for Durham against Kent, could be on the cards. Drilled by Rain up towards long off for a single.
Angus from somewhere near Perth says, Durham, we've had to settle for a draw, it's understandable, but with 2 more bonus points to play for, surely they should be pushing on. Seriously, great job from the tail though. Angus cutting the grass somewhere near Perth.
Parkinson bowls.
No ball again.
Parkinson plays it forward up towards mid-off. How's he bowled another no ball?
That's his third, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if Angus is just randomly cutting any grass somewhere near Perth, just pulled up on a section of the A9 corridor.
Field swaps over for the left-handed Ben Rain. He goes for the sweep again, but this time fails to get bat on ball. Callum Parkinson's waving. What does he? Does he want the physio here? Is Rain
The ball clipped his helmet on the
hurt
way through.
himself? Oh. Okay, maybe the ball has ballooned up and hit him in the lid. So they're thinking, oh, the helmet needs to be checked. I mean, it's absolutely fine, but I'm sure at Parkinson's pace it wasn't going to do any harm. Here comes the volunteered individual from the Durham dressing room. Did actually have some emails before. Richard says, seen the statement for ticket holders and car parking. Nothing so far for members. A couple of drinks vouchers wouldn't go amiss. I've emailed the club. Richard says, is Steve Harmison available for all games? I'm not quite sure what he's referring to there.
Well, you suggested him as a possible director of cricket, didn't you?
I did just sort of throw his name out there. Alex de Lacy, greetings from Groningen in the Netherlands.
Groningen.
He says, hi chaps, very much enjoying the commentary. Nice reminder of home. I'm a university lecturer based in the Netherlands. But in the summer/winter breaks I return to West Wickham, just a stone's throw from the county ground. I can vouch for the near continual aviation activity, but you eventually get used to the dull hum of 747s in the background. That's Matt Parkinson is in a bowling. Rain tickles it away out towards square leg. Says, coverage is keeping me going with my teaching prep. At that point he was hoping Kent were going to get a wiggle on and get the remaining wickets. They haven't managed to get the remaining wickets, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view. But credit to Durham for the way that they've negotiated their way past the follow-on target, thanks to some really committed and determined batting from this last wicket pair. And I guess from Casey Aldridge, who batted pretty well earlier on. Ben Stokes made 45. Matty Potts with a pretty brisk 23.
Yeah, starting you over here bowling from the Beckenham end. Well, the train I was going to get home's cancelled, so that's a good start.
Oh, that's not ideal. What, your 7 o'clock one?
7:30. I'm going to have to go via Newcastle by the looks of things. Next ball driven out through the covers and a diving stop. No run.
Yeah, Sam Northeast doing the fielding there. I don't envy you trying to get home tonight.
Next ball is driven through the cover area by Ben Rain. Drifts towards the boundary rope. It's hit the rope. It's 4. Fielder tried to stop it with his foot but couldn't.
Yeah, it was Matt Milnes going around the boundary. Originally thought it might even be sort of catchable, but it was wide of Bertie Foreman, the sub fielder. Northeast put in the dive but couldn't cut it off, and then Milnes ran around the boundary's edge, but in vain.
Yeah, is that a wide? It is. Read the room.
Who's that from?
I don't know. This has gone off to deep point. Was it Oh Ben read the room?
Yeah, Oh Ben read the room. I'm assuming that's from Matt Parkinson in front of us, who, when the effects mics picked that up.
Yeah, now bowling to Parkinson, no run there.
That's nowhere near as wide as the one that was bowled to Ben Rain earlier on, that he basically was prodding off the pitch.
Next ball is pushed in the covers, dot ball.
Indicate how wide it was. I'm pretty sure that must have been Matt Parkinson. Did enjoy that. Mikey Cohen's running on as a 13th man here for Kent.
Where are we with the score? They're nearly at the 4th batting point here, aren't they?
Yeah. Here's Matt Parkinson. Steered up towards Bertie Foreman, the sub-fielder at mid-on. So Crawley's gone off for the time being. Cohen's come out just in a short sleeve shirt. Parkinson bowls. Rain goes for a sweep. Bit of under edge. Down to Northeast at long leg. They will come back for 2 as Northeast throws it in. Mikey Cohen's come out in just a short sleeve shirt. The one man out there on the field that we can see his number because he's not wearing a jumper. And the first thing I saw him do was sort of rub his arms as if he's a bit chilly. And he's now rubbing his fingers. think he might have made a rookie mistake not coming out in about 3 layers. This one's defended away by Ben Rain. And in comes the ever enthusiastic Mikey Cohen. To do the fielding. It's Parkinson. Bowls again. Rain unfurls a drive towards long off.
There's an incident on the East Coast Main Line, so it's affecting trains up through between York and Darlington. There's also something going on the line between Sunderland and Middlesbrough.
Parkinson bowls to his brother, forward in defence. 36 for Callum Parkinson, 79 now for Ben Rain. Just 4 runs away from another batting bonus point. 108 the partnership now. These two, have they passed that record stand? This one's defended away, end of the over, into
they
the
have.
side. They have. There you go. Brand new record 10th wicket partnership for Durham against Kent. Mr. Harmison and Mr. Foster. You're out of here. Wiped.
1998.
Crossed out of the record books. Yeah, he tosses one up. It's cut away by Rain for a single out towards deep point. I mean, with all due respect to Anamiye, kind of seemingly given up the ghost a bit now. Here he is, Miye lobs up a moon ball, which Callum Parkinson defends. He's running in again off about 2 paces. Don't know if they got the over rate up on the board anywhere. I didn't think Kent had a problem with it, but they'll be getting through overs nice and quickly here at the minute, with Miye pretty much scampering through, bowling off 3 paces.
What is the score? Is that 397? 397.
He's bowling here at the minute like Kent are trying to get over rate back. So it's cut away out towards backward point. He's absolutely skipped through that over to Wandamayeye. So maybe Kent are having to try and haul a negative over rate back, which explains why he's got the ball in
-1
hand.
it says on that scoreboard down the bottom
There
corner.
you go, there you go. So that's why Miyeye's bowling.
Parkinson to Rain. Rain fires that through the legs of Callum Parkinson up to the far end of the ground, gets a single.
And not just bowling, but sprinting through his overs.
Parkinson to Parkinson. Ball defended, rolls to first slip. Comes in again and bowls. Forward comes the batsman. No run there. That sounds to me like a
Bird.
no, the parakeet. It's either a parakeet or a magpie. I'd say more parakeet. Next ball's left alone.
Yeah, magpie's quite so high pitched.
Yeah, it's
2 away from the batting bonus point.
next ball played up to mid on. That's a single, so that takes Durham up to 399. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
399 for 9, having been 288 for 9 in the morning session. over rate, still saying -1.
So this partnership at the minute, 109.
Here comes Miyeye. Clipped away by Parkinson into the onside. They're going to come back for 2. That's the 400 up for Durham. 401 for 9. I mean, they've actually got time to get maximum batting bonus points. This one's played off the back foot by Callum Parkinson. Kent have clearly got no immediate intention of trying to take this last wicket because they need to get their over rate sorted. Back to an even keel. And that's Miyeye getting through this over as quick as he can with the help of Bertie Foreman scampering around at mid-wicket. Miyeye once more. Blink and you'll miss a delivery with Miyeye's bowling. Run up towards long on. That's a slightly ropey throw from Parkinson. So 40 now for brother Callum. Ben Rain on 81. It's cut away towards backward point, dot ball. Miyeye's managed to skip quickly through another over. And, well, we've just one more potential point up for grabs. Yeah, whether Durham can get one extra batting bonus point. We are very much heading towards a draw now. Parkinson bowling, and it's clipped away into the onside. Field changes over for the left-handed Ben Rain. Oh, swept hard into the leg side. Foreman is the fielder at deep mid-wicket. They run one on the arm. Benjamin grabs it and flicks it onto the stumps. But they are through safely. Update coming for BBC Local Radio in a moment. What's the Sussex score? How many wickets down are they? 7, 111 for 7. Somerset gunning for victory, but there's a delay due to rain in Taunton. Oh, shout for LBW. Rain looked like he got outside the line. Only Parkinson went up for it. Can hear the travel jingle on the headphones. So that update is imminent. It's Parkinson bowls. There's the sweep again from Rain. Gonna come back for 2. Yeah, Kent being frustrated by a century last wicket stand. A new record for Durham for the 10th wicket against Kent between Callum Parkinson, twin brother of Matt, who plays for Kent and is bowling for Kent right now. The leg spinner, 41 for Callum Parkinson, 85 for Ben Rain, who came in at number 9, 288 for 9 prior to the lunch break. Kent might still have had an outside hope of taking the 11 more wickets they needed to win the game for an unlikely victory perhaps on day 4, having lost all of day 3 due to a bit of the pitch getting wet overnight prior to the 3rd day. But unfortunately for Kent, this last wicket stand has proved too much for them, and they have been unable to take the wicket to stop the visiting side from avoiding the follow-on. They've managed to do that, so if they were to be all out now, Kent would have to bat again in the game. Durham still trailing by 116 runs, but they have definitely managed to secure themselves a draw in this one, so we're sort of going through the motions in the next 40 minutes or so before the two captains will shake hands on a draw. Kent will be pretty happy with a point, or the amount of points they've got in this game, maximum batting and bowling bonus points, plus the draw wasn't to be, seemingly, in terms of getting the win in this one. In Division 1, Surrey losing by an innings and 127 runs earlier on to Yorkshire. They were 155 all out in their second innings. Sussex trying to avoid defeat in their game against Somerset. There's a rain delay at the moment at Taunton, which will certainly help them. They're still 162 runs behind, and they're 111 for 7, so they've only got 3 more wickets in hand, but the weather is at the minute on hand to potentially help them out, so they could still yet secure a draw in that one. Commentary of that game and this game continues via the BBC Sport app and website. Well, I said Kent are giving this up. So they've got a change in the bowling from the Beckenham end. It's Keith Dudgeon, the overseas, bowling spin. The South African said to the skipper, I fancy turning my arm over and bowling a little bit of quick leg spin here. Ben Rain is probably thinking, what on earth's going to come out of his hand here, but Dudgeon's bowling off a few paces and slinging down some skiddy, swift leg breaks. He's in again and bowling it flat, and it's a thick edge over the top of slip down towards a vacant third man for 4. So that'll take the Durham score to 412 and Rain up to 90. I feel like there was a comment from Matt Parkinson I've missed there over the effects mic. Something about he's a bit quicker than Mr. Parkinson.
Well, Durham could get to 450 here.
Yeah, they definitely could. Definitely could. Forward comes Rain, flicks it away out towards mid wicket.
Who's coming up the steps?
I was going to say there's some banging going on the stairs. It's pulled away out
Let's
towards
take our
long
gantry
one.
apart.
Are they? There's some tables being removed. Everybody's packing down before the game's even finished. Started the tidy up job. Shall I start winding in my ISDN line?
Yeah, where is it?
In the kitchen. Here comes Dudgeon.
In the kitchen.
The point's literally outside the kitchen door, yeah.
Wow.
They come through for a single. Obviously I can't, because we're still connected. We're still talking to you from Beckenham. We are going through the final few actions of this game, and what is certainly going to be a draw between Kent and Durham. I probably could have told you that on day one, to be honest. The way that the pitch played gave us a few surprises in between.
At the weather forecast, we weren't expecting any play today, were we really?
Well, weren't expecting.
Sunday looked terrible as well.
Weren't expecting much yesterday, and that was what we got. But not because of the weather. Zach Crawley's going to have a bowl now.
Oh, I'm running out of places in my notebook now. Read the room, Ben. I like that.
Read the room, Ben, for the wide. Yeah, that was good.
Here's Crawley then, right arm over from the empty field end of the ground.
What Kent don't need to do here is anybody bowling some part-time stuff stupidly gets an injury, like Ben Folkes did the other day when he took the keeper pads off, bowled a couple of overs, bent his back for that one delivery, and then got himself injured for a couple of weeks.
Crawley to Parkinson places up to mid off. Well, I'm glad they've decided to start taking everything apart now.
Yeah, I hope James
Turn that
Taylor's okay, by the way.
Yeah. The former Durham wicketkeeper Phil Mustard took the gloves off in the final game of the season at Hove a few years ago and got Luke Wright LBW. Crawley bowls again, and that's is that out? No. Looked for a leg side sweep there from Rain. It ended up at first slip. It must have rolled up his thigh pad and gone across there. Crawley coming round the wicket now to the. Oh, that's another attempted sweep. He's missed it. It's rolling behind the keeper down towards the boundary, picked up by Bell Drummond. By signalled. How many tables are they bringing in here? They all look rather wet as well. I've turned the effects mic down for the time being, so
yeah, fair enough.
When you hear them clumping around. Well, they're basically just playing here until Durham get this final batting point if they're going to get it. And shake hands on a draw at half-4.
Parkinson's going to swap ends here, so maybe Dudgeon was fitting in so he could swap ends. Well, I mean, to under me, yeah, he could have kept bowling, but everybody's having a turn. James Taylor still off the field. They stop banging around now, we say.
Stop moving tables, yeah. Parkinson then round the wicket to bowl to Rain. Good lead from Ben Rain. They're appealing for LBW, I think, but not out, says the umpire. In terms of where we are here at the moment, Durham 416 for 9. Rain has 91. Parkinson 43, current partnership 128. Next ball is played safely away on the leg side. Durham's highest 10th wicket stand is 103, so that's been broke as well.
Ooh.
That was Melvin Betts, and they're going to get 2 runs here, right under the boundary. Melvin, who was that? Dean Cox? David Cox.
What year was that?
That was 1996.
Another stand scrubbed from the record books.
Turned by Rain out through mid-wicket.
Credit to you if you're still with us, if you're still tuned in.
Yeah, you need a medal. Well, Rain got 100 against Worcestershire in a draw about 4 years ago at Chesley Street. He got a century in an attempt to try and avoid defeat and relegation at Yorkshire in the last match of last season. This one's bowled down the leg side by Matt Parkinson to his twin Callum, who just leaves it.
I've just seen somebody post the video of Stokes' dismissal earlier on, and somebody had commented alright saying, "Oh, bonus, we get to see Emilio Gay bat again today."
Here comes the bowler. And Parkinson plays Parkinson up to Bell Drummond at mid-off.
The same individual had since replied to his own post half an hour ago saying, "Never mind," which of course was at the point that Durham avoided the follow-up. Beckenham crowd cruelly denied opportunity to watch Emilio Gay open the batting again by his own team's 10th wicket stand.
Yeah, so Melvin Betts and David Cox put on 103 for the 10th wicket at Hove against Sussex in 1996, so that has been broken today.
Daniel Bell Drummond speaking to the umpire about something or other. Zach Crawley continues to turn his arm over. I guess technically you would describe it as off spin.
I think Rain's on 94.
It's Parkinson on strike at the moment, and playing it out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, Rain is on 94 for 113 balls. Callum Parkinson might be thinking about a half century. Zach Crawley bowls.
His highest score was against Kent, 76 for Leicestershire in 2017.
Has he got a 50 for Durham yet in first class cricket?
Don't think so.
He's got 45 now as he's run that up towards mid-on. Ben Rain is forward defending here. I mean, regardless of the way this is potentially going to end, 100 here would be very commendable for Ben Rain. No other Durham batter, none of the actual batters have got 100 as Rain's just pulled away there Crawley has actually bowled it on the stumps and taken the bails off with that delivery, but Rain pulled out as he was heading into his action there, Crawley. Don't know if there was some talking going on or something. Tree in his sights. Crawley bowls to him and it's swept out towards Bertie Foreman, the new signing on a short-term deal. Spinning all-rounder, was in the squad for this one, having done well for the twos in recent times. Former Sussex player. Full toss from Crawley is clipped up towards long on for a single by Ben Rain. Moves on to 95. Crawley takes his jumper back off the umpire. Joey Everson's coming on now as a 13th man. We've seen Everson, Cohen, Foreman all on the pitch. He's had a bowl. Dudgeon's bowled some spin. Crawley's bowling. The umpire's having a conversation as Matt Parkinson's going to continue having swapped ends. I think Keith Dudgeon's requesting that his over a spin gets posted on social media there. This one's defended away by Ben Rain. Parkinson to him. Blow away from 100 here, Ben Rain.
Parkinson bowls, Ben Rain drops that off towards point and goes for a quick single. So what's he on, 96?
96 now, yep.
Parkinson 45, is that right?
Yes. Ready to face up to his brother.
134 the partnership. That's come off the thigh pad as he looks to try and turn it around the corner. Next ball is defended. Comes to rest in front of the stumps and is collected by the keeper. Just in front of the crease, sorry, rather than the stumps. Parkinson to Parkinson. Played off the back foot out into the covers. No run. Ben's dad Philip might be listening. Ben at the non-striker's end at the moment. As, this is played by Parkinson out to deep mid-wicket for 2. Takes him on to 47. Throw back to the keeper, skids through his legs, is backed up by Crawley. Well, we're nearly at the point now where they can shake hands on a draw. 112 overs lost in this game now to the weather. 15.5 overs, 15 overs on Saturday afternoon, didn't get bowled, and then didn't get on yesterday because water leaked onto the track. So Ben Rain is on 96 from 118. The partnership 135. Parkinson has 45. Durham 4-2-5 for 9. Rain plays the ball along the floor up to long on. Go for a single. So he's off strike on 97. Deficit is now 99. Crawley bowling to Parkinson. Parkinson forward to this one. Just plays it defensively up to mid-on. No run. Crawley comes in again and bowls. Skids on to Parkinson's bat and he cuts it off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. Oh, I thought there was going to be 2 in it there, but Rain says no, stay there. Dawkins with a throw back. Right, Rain is on 97. Crawley bowls. Just nudges this back towards the bowler's end. No run there. Crawley in again. And that's edged along the floor down towards the gully. Drummond stops it, throws it along the floor to the keeper, who flicks it up with the toe of his right boot. It rolls all the way up his body and he catches it. Rain still on 97. In comes Crawley again. He's just played the ball up towards long off, and will keep strike on 98.
Durham do actually need to get a wriggle on here if they're going to get an extra batting bonus point.
Yeah, that's 3 overs left now. I don't think that's the issue anymore now.
I'm not sure they're worried.
No.
Kent's over rate's gone up to +1 now, so they've resolved that problem. These two are just keen to get to their own personal milestones, and why wouldn't they be? They've earned it with the hard work to get past the follow-on.
Parkinson round the wicket to Rain. Rain turns this to mid-wicket, no run there. He's on 98. Parkinson right on round. Rain sweeps. It's gone down to long leg for 1. Takes him to 99. Durham 429 for 9. Trail by 94. Parkinson comes in and bowls. That's gone off to the leg side. Off the thigh pad of Callum Parkinson. Rain is on 99. He has faced 124 balls. 29.3 overs remaining today. Parkinson to Rain. Comes in and bowls. Rain turns this to square leg. They're appealing for LBW. Will it be signalled as a leg bye, or is it off the bat? It's a leg bye. I thought that Rain didn't look and celebrate removed there.
Yeah, I think he knew that he hadn't got a bat on it.
That's a no ball from from Matt Parkinson. That's, I think, the 4th.
Yeah, it is.
(4-3-2). 4-3-3 the score now, is it?
Should be.
On the scoreboard, yeah, is it? Yeah, it has now. 4-3-3 for 9. Parkinson to Parkinson, and back to Parkinson. End of the over as Matt Parkinson kicks the ball to the keeper's end, takes his cap off the umpire, heads off to field.
Ben Dawkins is dispensing with his shin guards, etc.
He's going to have a ball now.
Oh gosh. Now Ben Dawkins is actually a wicket keeper,
Right.
so I doubt he's even bowled for his club team.
Well, he might
So
do.
as someone who knows a few people at Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club, I'm pretty sure he's never bowled for them in the Kent Prem before. What's he going to bowl here? Some ropey off spin. It's been cut away though by Ben Rain.
It's his 100.
Out towards the cover boundary.
126 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
They come back for the 2. In fact, 3 runs for Ben Rain.
It's his 3rd first-class 100.
A very low-key raising of his bat to the dressing room, and gets a nice hug from Callum Parkinson up the other end. But he deserves that for the hard work that he and Parkinson have put in to help Durham avoid the follow-on and ultimately ensure they get a draw in this game. As Callum Parkinson defends back up the pitch to Dawkins. 2 runs away from his own little milestone. Dawkins again, bit of right arm filth, defended away or pushed away into the covers.
Deficit 87.
Dawkins, a little bit quicker this one. Parkinson plays it out towards extra cover. Getting through is over nice and quick, that's for sure. As Parkinson drives. Bit of a back foot punch towards a tumbling mid-wicket. Dawkins once more. Bit of a drag down, but driven straight to extra cover. Callum Parkinson frustrated with himself that he's not been able to cash in on that over. 436 for 9.
And says, apologies if I've missed any comparison in your commentary to the Lancashire match in April, but I just had a window to get the washing in, which has been on the line since Saturday. You'll be pleased to know that this time I beat the latest downpour by about 30 seconds and finally have bone-dry socks. Anyway,
Been on the line since Saturday.
the last 4 against Lancashire pulled us out of a similar follow-on hole, with Minto in there instead of Aldridge, who had a golden duck at number 7. Rain, Potts, Parkinson and Minto put on 158. Aldridge, Rain, Potts and Parkinson have put on 155 today to put any chance of a Kent victory well and truly out
Well, that
of
was
the question.
40 minutes ago as well,
Yeah,
so they put
yeah.
even more on now.
Oh yeah. Parkinson's bowling here to Rain, who looks to try and play that through the leg side. It's a very impressive, possibly title-winning rearguard that will come in very handy once Emilio Gay is off in his international jollies, unless Potts is joining him.
I think Durham look really strong favourites to be title winners, to be honest. The way this is playing out this season,
Rain with a single down to...
they look a cut above, and everyone else looks a pretty similar level, really.
Paul says, I'm still listening. Excellent rearguard effort by Rain and Parkinson.
Here comes the other Parkinson.
Bowling to his twin brother, who plays that back to him. Kid Charlemagne says it's like Kent only have one decent bowler. I do have an injury. Peeling again for how's that against your twin brother when he's on 48? There's competitiveness for you, not a given. Big appeal as well from Matt Parkinson.
Who's the one decent bowler?
I don't know.
Presumably Milnes. 2 wickets for James Taylor today then.
Parkinson in again.
Guess
Ball's gone into the keeper's gloves.
Guess he technically isn't Kent's player.
Come on then, get these 2 runs on the board and then shake hands everybody. I've got a train station to get to.
Can we call it off at 4:30? Is that a bit early?
Yeah. That's a Yorker length ball which is played off the front foot by Callum Parkinson. It's a dot ball. Yeah, because then the change of innings and...
Oh yeah, okay.
You'd need Durham to declare, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure Kent have got any interest in having another bat today.
May as well save the corky as well.
Yeah, waste of a good cricket ball if you had to get a new one out of the box. So yeah, club team wicketkeeper Ben Dawkins bowling in a county game, hulls it onto the leg stump and it's turned away by Ben Rain. If anyone from some Madras cricket clubs ever seen Ben Dawkins bowl before, let me know. If he's ever done it in a game. Off the back foot, this is played away out towards extra cover.
Email from Robert Potts pointing out that this is a record partnership against all comers, beating the Betts and Cox at Sussex. Yeah, 96 I thought that wasn't, rather than 93. His Rain plays this down to long on for 1. It was 1996. Yeah. I've totally lost track of where we are in terms of the score and stuff now. 438 for 9.
Dawkins bowling to Parkinson, driven out towards extra cover. dot ball. 2 to go in the over. 2 he still needs.
Deficit 85.
Oh, there's the drag down, and he's pulled it away. That's 4 runs for the 50 for Callum Parkinson. Some cheers as well from the Durham dressing room. More of a celebration and a thumbs up from Callum Parkinson for his 50 than Ben Rain got out for his 100, to be honest.
Parkinson, 132 balls for 55 fours.
But again, a really creditable effort, although it's a slightly farcical conclusion, as he gets his half century off the part-time, not even part-time bowling of Ben Dawkins, complete non-bowling of Ben Dawkins, as he gets that one away for a single into the leg side. Like I said earlier with Rain, these two have earned those respective personal milestones courtesy of the hard work that they put in against the old ball when Kent were trying to bowl them out in that extra half an hour before lunch, and then with the new ball when they still had an outside hope of maybe rattling through Durham if there was a real collapse in the second innings. But these two have put all of those sort of hopes to bed. Obviously the Kent's own pitch has not helped with the leaky cover yesterday and the entire day that was lost in terms of the rain. Or we didn't have any rain, the wet patch on the field.
Yeah, that was the 150 partnership as well.
I have found some rogue overs that Ben Dawkins has bowled. Bowled 1 over in 2024, 1 over in 2022. So this one's defended away by Parkinson. They come through for a quick single as Dawkins does the fielding. He bowled 9 overs and got a couple of wickets in 2021, playing for Tunbridge Wells third 11. Tunbridge Wells under 15s, Kent Cricket boys under 14s. The ones that play cricket. So yeah, if Ben Dawkins got a wicket here, that would really be something. Parkinson continues, Rain drives out towards wide, long off. Ben Dawkins was playing for Western Rhinos under 13s in 2018 when he had a little bowl before moving across to Kent seemingly later on that summer. So this one is an attempted slog sweep from Ben Rain, play and a miss. Maybe he was back in South Africa seeing some relatives on holiday or something. Parkinson bowls. Oh, has he bowled him? Yes, that's the end of the innings. He's bowled him round his legs.
Oh, he's just getting his eye in.
Rain has stepped across and gone for a little flick into the leg side, and the ball has clattered into the stumps, and a slightly farcical end to the innings concludes. And well, Durham had missed the cut-off anyway for the final batting bonus point, as we're witnessing the 112th over there. So Durham will end up a couple of points shy of Kent's tally, having missed out on a bowling bonus point and having missed out on the latter batting bonus point, but they certainly got more batting bonus points than they were expecting at 288 for 9. These two have managed to
158
put on that big 150 stand to ensure that Durham are 446 all out, rather than having to follow on and bat again and try and save the draw in the go. Inside the ground, and Ray and Callum Parkinson get a really good hand. The Kent players making their way off the field. They're all looking at the umpires going, are we going to have to bat? What's going on here? Are we finishing up here? The stumps are still out. I think Kent are going to have to bat again here.
Well, there's 10 minutes change of innings, so it's 35, so it's 1:45. They'll come out and bat for 5 minutes and shake hands on a draw.
Cricket, everybody. Back with you in a bit.
10-5, we believe.
So yeah, Beddingham's going to take the new ball. Emilio Gay was warming up a moment ago as well. Oh, the last thing he wants to do is injure himself and put him out of an England Test call-up. So Beddingham bowls.
Oh!
Keeps a bit low.
Nearly skidded on through there.
Ben Dawkins has taken that first ball. Took me a minute to realise who was on strike. With the two lookalikes at the crease. Ben Rain's got the gloves on as well. As Beddingham again bowls a little scuttler to Ben Dawkins. Ben Rain's got the wide floppy hat on and short sleeves as well. Short sleeves and wicket-keeping gloves. It's a crime against fashion. 2 slips in a leg gully. That's where Ollie Robinson, the regular keeper, is. A shout for LBW. I think that's hit Ben Dawkins in the box as he was practically crouched down on his knees to try and play that delivery. The big 6'5" batter. Just tapping his bat and waiting here for Beddingham again. Oh dear, cricket, eh? Beddingham bowls. That was actually popped up in the air. And Gay has sprung forward at mid-wicket to try and take a catch. There's a few chuckles going on from spectators and Durham fielders alike. And Dawkins defends a bit more solidly this next one from Beddingham. I mean, I get why Adam Hollioake said, look, you two are the opening batters, you two go out and bat, but if one of them were to get out, they'd be particularly grumpy, that's for sure. Dawkins faces up to Beddingham. He's practically with his nose on the floor as he defends this one back up the pitch. So Kent a none for none after batting for a single over. There's a little punch of gloves between Crawley and Dawkins. Graham Clark is going to have a bowl here from the Beckenham end.
Bit of spin.
I think he's going to bowl seam.
Eh?
He's coming in off the long run here.
I'm sure when he's bowled in the past, he's bowled spin.
Opening the bowling from the Beckenham end, Graham Clark.
I just really hope Zach Crawley doesn't get out here, because that will be very silly.
Here is Graham Clark, right arm over, medium-ish. What did you make of that? Medium-ish, quick? What do you reckon?
Slow medium.
Slow medium? No, wasn't slow.
It's slow compared to James Minto
Oh well, yeah.
and the proper bowling from the two respective teams.
Clark in, that's driven by Crawley down to Callum Parkinson, who does a tumbling stop out in the deep.
Seemingly with a big grin on Zach Crawley's face as he gets up the other end and gets off strike. Ben Stokes has got hands in his pockets at mid-on, sharing his a joke with Zach. Probably saying something along the lines of what I've just said. Imagine if you'd have got out to that, Zach. Dawkins waits then.
They're appealing for a... He's gone! Crawley's out.
It's Dawkins.
Dawkins, sorry. The laughter from the Durham players.
Clark being embraced. Having got the wicket.
Like hyenas, isn't it?
Well, this is my point about sending proper batters out to bat in a farcical situation. Ben Dawkins has gone from getting 180 in the first innings to walking off here, having got 0 in the second innings, in a daft situation 5 minutes before a handshake, and Kent a 1 for 1. And well, seemingly everybody of a Durham persuasion is finding that immensely hilarious.
Well, it's been caught by the keeper, and I'm going to have to write caught Ben Rain rather than...
well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Rain is the man behind the stumps.
Silly.
Yeah, forgive me for not seeing the funny side to that. I feel a bit sorry for Ben Dawkins, to be honest, who's been asked by Kent to go out and open, seeing as he's the actual opener. Kent have had to bat for 5 minutes before handshakes, and Dawkins has nicked one from the well, the Durham bowler, who is Graham Clark. turning his arm over, bowling some medium pace rather than the off spin that he would normally bowl.
I presume that's his first wicket. I can hardly remember him bowling before.
Matt Milnes.
He's got
is coming out.
That's
now.
his third wicket.
That's not Sam Northeast. That doesn't look like Sam Northeast to me. Is it Sam Northeast? Maybe it is. Why are Kent sending their actual batters to bat in this situation? Oh dear. I'd have stuck Milnes and Parkinson out there to open, to be honest. With Keith Dudgeon at number 3. Maybe James Taylor if he hadn't picked up a niggle. Zach Crawley is at the non-strikers end to welcome Sam Northeast. There's a conversation going on with the umpire saying, well, it's 10-5, can we call it quits here? I think Durham want to finish the over. Got a slightly farcical situation where Alex Lees is saying he's there we go, we are going to shake hands. Sam Northeast's not even going to face a ball. So Kent finish 1 for 1 in their second innings. It looked like Sam Northeast decided there on behalf of everybody to bring this slightly farcical conclusion to the game to a close. Durham had their moment that Graham Clark and Ben Rain can tell the anecdote of.
How many overs will that day? Shaking hands here, 21.
But yeah, well played to Ben Rain and to to Callum Parkinson today for securing that draw for Durham. Really hard fought 100 partnership, and then obviously getting the 150 partnership in the end, courtesy of some part-time bowling at the end. And Ben Rain though kept his concentration throughout, refused to let that situation and the part-time bowling that was being lobbed down at him deter him from getting through to a well-deserved 100. Callum Parkinson also got an enjoyable and hard-fought half-century as well after some really good bowling from Kent in the morning session. James Taylor getting the wicket of Ben Stokes and Casey Aldridge after a decent partnership between the two of them. David Beckenham was dismissed early on by Matt Milnes for 74. A couple of catches for Mayeye. Ekansh Singh got rid of Matthew Potts after a quick fire 23. But that last wicket stand helping Durham go from 288 for 9 to 446 all out in the end, and forcing Kent to have to come out and bat for an over and a bit before the teams were able to shake hands and Graham Clark got his moment.
I think Graham Clark's been a bit expensive there. David Beckenham led the way with a maiden and then Clark's conceded a single and taken the wicket into the 3 balls he's bowled. 21 overs were left there, and that's it. Right, it's time to get out of here.